Hello. Well, that is loud. Great. Hello, everyone. Hi, nice to see you all. Thank you very much for coming to this year's Launchpad Conference. My name is Whiskas, or Sam, and I run Launchpad and the organisation that delivers it, Music Local, Music Leeds. And it's great to have you here. Now, we did a really cool social event last night where a few people who were here came to try and kind of meet new people, and it was really nice to hear that a lot of people want to get out of this is kind of meeting new people. So I thought before we get into the formalities, what I'd like you to do is go to the person next to you. If you turn your head, find someone that you don't know. If you know the person next to you, turn around, see someone behind you, in front of you. Introduce yourself. This is lovely. Right, that worked loads better than I expected, because now I have to get you all to be quiet again now, I guess. So, now you've met some new people. That's hopefully a conversation that you can pick up throughout the day in the sessions, in the breaks, in the lunch break, in the drinks afterwards. So, a few more formalities to start. So we are not expecting a fire alarm today. If you do hear a fire alarm, please follow the green exit signs where a fire warden will be able to guide you out of the building. And so the expectation is to collect yourself outside the Cafe Nero. So, yes. If you do have an incident while you're here, a kind of cut or a bruise, then if you report that to the front desk in this building, in the School of Arts, so we can make sure you're okay and fill out the appropriate paperwork. And one other note, if you haven't seen all the signs we have around, we will be taking photos and videos of the event. We are being live streamed. Hello, YouTube. And so if that presents any problems for you, if you have any concerns, then please make yourself aware to one of the team. Most of the event team are wearing orange event lanyards to distinguish ourselves, so it's easy for you to see who kind of might know where things are going on. So it's great to be able to do this event again. This is the second year we've held this event at Leeds Beckett University's Leeds School of Arts, and we absolutely, obviously, could not do that without the support of a really wide range of teams here. So it's thanks to kind of music students here, music industries management students who are supporting with the speakers, events management students who have checked you in at Rose Bowl and are helping guide you around, and broadcast media technology students who are helping us with filming and the live streaming. And a massive thanks to all the technicians and the kind of team who help run this building as well, who are supporting on all the tech that we have here. It wouldn't be possible without the support of some absolutely fantastic funders. So thanks to Youth Music, to PRS Foundation, to PPL and Leeds City Council, who all fund our activities to make this event and events like this happen throughout the year. There's a few specific things that people have helped with today as well. So the networking lunch is sponsored by UK Music and the Music Academic Partnership group, which is a great group that supports universities across the UK and in Leeds. It has a really strong connection in Leeds with this university and also Leeds Conservatoire. And I think there'll be an event coming up for those students in April that maybe more will come out of soon. And if you are able to stay for the end of the day, it's much thanks to White Locks Ale House and Kirkstall Brewery, who will be providing the bar later on from 4:30 here. So I do hope you can stay around for that. So yeah, Launchpad Conference. So some of you will know what we do, and we might be a new organisation for some of you. So Launchpad has been running since 2019 and is a wide-ranging programme to support emerging artists and people working in the music sector across all of Yorkshire. We've delivered, so far this year, we've been in Selby and Rotherham and now here, and we deliver events in all corners of Yorkshire as much as we try. What we try and do is we try and signpost to opportunities. So if you're not connected with us and see what we have on social media, the way our website works, we like to think that if there's anything that would benefit you in kind of building a career or a sustainable career in the region, we'll hopefully be telling you about it so you can know. And in addition to telling you about what already exists, we also obviously use our funding to provide a range of kind of other opportunities that you can benefit from. So obviously this event is one of them, and this event has been designed so there's something for everyone, we hope. There is a strand of talks that are, probably focused on those of you who are artists and songwriters and building a career in that aspects. There's a strand of talks that's based on those of you who might be building a career in other roles, whether that's promoting, with record labels, with live. And one of the exciting things for today is for organisations as well. So we've got, in the cinema, the panels there are themed around Northern music partnerships. So for the last 6 months, a collection of Northern music, not-for-profit organisations who work in the music sector have been meeting together to kind of work better together, create new opportunities, share knowledge. So a lot of the talks that will happen in the cinema will be a collection of those organisations, venues, around how we're generally trying to support the music sector in the North. And we hope that sort of something more will come from that network later in the year. And don't forget the online sessions as well. Like just at the start where I was trying to get to, I hope that you would all talk to each other and you did me proud. We have our bookable online advice sessions, which we've seen quite a few of you book on so far. So if you haven't seen, there are QR codes in the Rose Bowl. I think most people have an email or will have an email. I think we're going to put something on the screen after this talk where you can book one-to-one meetings with different people from different sections of the music industry as well. So you can get that really one-to-one time as well. And it's not just events that we do. As I said, we host a number of programs. We have 2 programs like live at the minute that you can apply to. So we have the fantastic Future Leaders program, which is for those of you aged 18 to 25 and looking to play a leading role in the local music industry. It's been a fantastic thing. It's the 4th year, I think, we've done it. Many people within our organisation and other organisations across Leeds have gone through it and have a really, really great kind of network between themselves as well. So that is open for anyone who'd like to apply for that opportunity right now. I think the deadline is in about 3 or 4 weeks. We're also collaborating with Mastered to run a music skills boot camp. This is a really intense 60-hour course over 7 weeks for those of you who are trying to build careers, start businesses, really kind of pivot to making music your full-time role. That is going to start in April. There are more details about that on our website as well, and that's a really exciting new thing that we're kind of, it's almost like a first run of it, and we hope we can run out even further. We're going to be launching more stuff soon, so like the big thing that we've done to support the sector since 2019 is what we call our artist and project support. So that offers mentoring and funding and live showcase opportunities both for artists and those trying to build careers. We're hoping to open up applications for that in a couple of weeks with a deadline later in April. We still have our Launchpad Plus program. I'm going to be doing a talk, one of the Artist Toolkit talks later, which talks about kind of our how we kind of help artists collect royalties more efficiently and pitch to DSPs and things like that. We have helped we worked on over 100 releases last week to support artists. Today, we've got, I meant to do a tally of this, I think it's about 7 or 8 releases just today. We've supported a band releasing their first debut album as well in partnership with another label. So lots of really, really exciting things for that, which you can get involved in as well. And we're just about to start working on, we've just recruited a new youth progression role, which will mean we will work more with music education as well and more with those under the age of 18. So very exciting. And that's the Launchpad stuff. And then with our Music Leeds hat on, we're currently working on Leeds Jazz Festival as well, which will take place at the end of May. So that's what we do. I'm going to hand over shortly to Tom Kiehl, the Interim Chief Exec of UK Music, but I just wanted to reflect a little bit on this time last year where we had Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, and Joe Franklin, the Chief Exec of PRS Foundation, doing these talks. And they talked of hope and aspiration and opportunities to kind of help grow the music sector, obviously regionally, but also nationally as well. And I just wanted to take a minute on some of the things that have really come since then. So Joe, with PRS Foundation, they have just revamped their funding model and have just closed applications for their first talent development network, which is going to be an even bigger. So you may remember last year, if you were at this event, it was in partnership with them and their talent development partnership. So they're going through a big process now to expand that work, create more organisations and more kind of firmer partnerships between different organisations looking to support the music industry. And that is really, really exciting, I think. Tracy Brabin talked a lot about kind of the opportunities for the creative industries in West Yorkshire, and you might have seen that last year she announced that there's £2.3 million of funding for the creative industries in West Yorkshire. Now, that is taking a little while to come out. It's in lots of different schemes. There's been a few things announced. There is a programme called Create Growth, so if anyone is running music businesses and trying to attract investment, that programme, that scheme is open for applications right now. There is a fantastic scheme with Unlimited, a charity based in Wakefield, that is looking at making music venues and music organisations more accessible, and they will shortly be rolling out support for a freelancers network and also for their Creative Catalyst programme, which supported music organisations like Opera North, South Asian Arts UK, and a couple of others, I think, in the last round a couple of years ago. So it's rolling out, and there is still exciting things to come. And I do believe there is some funding within that to support music sector capacity building as well. So fingers crossed that will all emerge and have a really fantastic impact for everyone in the region. So that's my bit. I hope that was helpful and interesting. And I'll now like to hand over to the first of our two keynote speakers. So the one thing I didn't mention, which I meant to do, is that as some of you may have realised, that unfortunately there is a train strike today, which has played absolute hell with our planning for the last 2 weeks. So it may be that a couple of things today we're having to beam people in via Zoom. And unfortunately, Tom, as much as he was desperate to be here, has not been able to come in person. So we are going to be welcoming Tom via Zoom to do this talk. So if we can give Tom a round of applause as he comes onto screen, give him a big welcome, and we can hope our tech works. And I should say, yes, please bear with us and the team as we try and make all this work in a hybrid way, which we were not planning to do a week ago. Hi, Tom.
Hello there. Hi. I'm really, really sorry I can't be there in person. I was really looking forward to this event. I think we booked it back in the autumn, so it was something I was really regretful not able to come to in person. Leeds and Yorkshire has a fantastic music industry, and it's something we really want to continue to support. Ollie will be a great person to engage with at the event. What I want to do now in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so is just talk to you a little bit about my organisation, UK Music, and where we kind of fit in within the music industry, and also a little bit more about kind of some of the what's going on and particularly where we're focusing as an organisation. We're quite an interesting, quite globally unique organisation in that we bring together all the various strands of the music sector, whether that's the recorded sector, whether that's the music publishing sector, the creator organisations and the collecting societies. And we bring them together to coordinate on a number of issues and try to achieve outcomes and aims that basically support the sector. We focus very much at a kind of national level and try to get progress at the government and parliamentary level, but also locally too. That's an increasingly important area. There's more powers that have devolved to local areas in recent years, and we're keen to maximise that. And obviously, it was just mentioned earlier about Tracy Braver and the important role that she potentially has around the local music economy and industry, and that's something where we're keen to go forward. I have prepared some slides which I'll go through, and hope that makes it slightly more visually interesting presentation than just looking at my face in a remote fashion. So I will just set that up now, and hope that is clear to everyone. So UK Music, so we were set up about 15, 16 years ago, said to bring greater coordination to the sector. We've got a number of trade association members, AIM, BPI, represent record companies, Futures Artists Coalition, the Islands Academy, Music Managers Forum, Music Publishers Association, Music Producers Guild, the MU, PPL and PRS. So we bring together all those sector organisations. You may well be members of all those, or many of those organisations, or engaged with them, but if not, definitely considering which part of the industry you work in, there may be a role for you in terms of supporting their great work. They feed into us, and we kind of bring that coordination to the sector. We describe ourselves as a trade body of trade bodies. and that's very much a nature of what we do. The collective interest, we campaign on a number of issues, we collaborate, and we champion the sector. We have main use on policy, research and skills, education and diversity. Those are kind of four of our main strands. So that's kind of a little bit briefly about what we do. We do this in a number of ways, and economic data is really important to our sector. We crunch data each year in terms of the economic contribution. We really need to kind of impress upon the decision makers about the economic value. So whether we're talking to government, whether we're talking to Tracy Brabin or someone else, it's really important to actually get them to recognise just how much value the music industry makes to the economy. Our most recent report was called This is Music 2023. That was published late last year and looked at 2022 data. So this was essentially the first year of data we had post-pandemic, really, and more a year of effectively most uninterrupted performances and economic activity. Exports are worth 4 billion to the music industry, so very intensive in terms of like the international dimension to our work, and I'll talk a little bit more about Brexit and the implications around Brexit too. But overall, the sector is worth 6.7 billion to the UK economy, and also employs 210,000 people in terms of jobs. That report has a number of case studies in it, in particular emerging trends, and trying to look at where the sector is headed. AI, which I'll again come back to, is a particular area of focus for us. But essentially, that report is really useful if you're working in research or data, or if you're a student or studying, or even just trying to navigate the complexities of the sector. That report kind of sets it out in a very clear and concise way. In terms of that report, we say we did some particular work on Brexit. We left the European Union in 2020, so it was a transitional arrangement. We also had COVID, which made it quite hard to actually ascertain the potential impact that Brexit was having. But touring and the ability to tour is one of those main significant areas where we have found challenges, and we've been making a number of representations to government about some kind of alternative arrangement, because essentially the agreement we got was very weak. But some of these figures that I've put on the screen now are very stark,
and what it means for the music industry. 82% of people have said that their earnings have decreased since Brexit. Those are people who previously did international tours. 65% are receiving fewer invitations. There's a 22% decline of people earnings, but those actually on the smaller scale, though, those earning up to 25,000 and under lost by around 49%. So particularly those people who are maybe more starting out in the music industry, maybe less well established, are particularly finding it a very challenging environment since Brexit. So that is a matter of great concern. 57% of people said they weren't able to take up invitations to the EU as a result of the kind of new complexities and new arrangements that are in place. And 33% are never unable to sell merchandise because it's become essentially uneconomical. So an issue like that, I'm just kind of using that as an example. That's an example of an issue where UK Music works with the sector to make sure there's coordination when we talk to Parliament and government, and tries to get progress on those things. There's a particular issue at the moment with the current government, because obviously it's the one that essentially created Brexit. So in terms of actually having a short-term solution, that's probably unlikely, but there's obviously going to be a general election at some point this year, so that presents an opportunity for us to achieve some level of further progress in this area, and we're trying to work cross-party with a number of individuals to achieve those outcomes. And that leads me on to talking about what's called the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Music. That is a group of MPs that we run the secretariat for. People like Tracy Brabin and other politicians were previously members of that group. Alex Sobel, who's a local MP as well in Leeds, is one of our vice chairs. It's chaired by a man called Kevin Brennan, who has done lots of active work on the music industry. is a member of the parliamentary rock band called MP4, and they have existed for a number of years. But basically, it's a cross-party group. It brings together people from Labour, from Conservatives, from SNP, from Lib Dems, from all these various political parties. It brings them together and kind of creates a shared agenda. So we did a report, did about a year-long inquiry into the impact of Brexit. That made a number of recommendations to the government, particularly around the need for cultural touring visas and things like that. So that's incredibly important, having that key piece of evidence that we can kind of give in the political support. We're also doing a further piece of inquiry around AI, given the implications that has for our sector. And I think you've got some further panels on those related issues later today. Another report which I'd like to talk to you about, which is a bit more regionally focused and rate things more on a regional level, is called Here, There and Everywhere. This looks at music tourism and the impact that people travelling outside of the normal areas where they live and to go to gigs and festivals. 14.4 million people we consider music tourists. That may be people coming from overseas, but also people commuting to go to gigs and festivals. That generates 6.6 billion to the economy at large, and again supports 56,000 jobs. Within that report, we particularly highlighted a toolkit, particularly with local authorities and how they best support the music industry and local music industries. What we've seen, there's been cuts to local government finance generally, and that means that some services, which are cultural related services where there isn't obligations to take them forward, we're seeing music and other arts suffer. So trying to think of creative ways where sectors can work and with local authorities. One area of that is around sort of music boards and things like that. And I know that's an area where has been explored around West Yorkshire and other aspects of Yorkshire. Other areas is looking at empty premises and high street and seeing can these buildings be turned into venues and places to perform like that. So it's almost like what we've done is try to give local authorities a toolkit that they can work with. And so we'd encourage you, for those who are deeply involved in local music industry within Leeds, to maybe explore that toolkit a little bit further and try to make engage with your local authorities to how you can support things. In terms of the regional data around Yorkshire, what we would say is about 860,000 music tourists visit Yorkshire and Humberside area for gigs and festivals. A lot of that is domestic tourists, but 50,000 also foreign tourists. So it shows that it's really attractive music assets around Leeds and the surrounding area. I kind of reproduced some of the text that we had to support that. And obviously, a lot of those examples are in Leeds, and the great work that's going on in Brunel and Leeds Beckett University and the conservatoires, and the kind of infrastructure and ecosystem that you've got in Leeds is really important, and that substantially does support the 384 million spend to your particular local economy. And then the employment aspect of that, there's almost 4,000 jobs there that are supported by that. I've also said, I mentioned Ollie a little bit, who's there with you today. He leads our music academic partnership work, and Leeds Beckett and others are part of that network. This is a groundbreaking collaboration between academia, but also academia and the music industry. Really, the purpose of our music academic partnership is kind of slightly away from the work we do directly within politics, but it's tried to ensure that our future music industry is equipped with the most talented people possible, and there is that link with the industry and academia. And Ollie will no doubt talk to you more about that throughout the day. But I just wanted to make sure that was flagged as one of our main areas of work too. But I would like sort of furthermore to go into that area around policy development. I mentioned a bit about Brexit. I mentioned a little bit about AI. But we, as in being conscious of the fact that there will be a general election this year, we published a manifesto in the autumn there are 10 key priorities and objectives. We did a lot of consultation with the sector over the last year in formulating this. And these are basically 10 objectives we want the next government to achieve for our sector. So that ranges from things like artificial intelligence and encouraging people to be responsible in that area, but also boosting music exports, to ensuring music spaces and the continued challenge around venues that's supported. Music education, diversity, inclusion is an incredibly important area. There was recently a report on misogyny in music in the music industry, which had some very alarming findings, and the government can act in that area as well as the industry, and there's certain protections, particularly for freelancers, that we want to get in place to support the sector too. And then public service broadcasting, BBC, and what's going on in that area, and particularly how it supports the local music industry, and aware of some cuts that have taken place in recent year. It's going to be quite a key few years for the BBC and the future of the BBC. We kind of need that relationship for the music industry to continue. Around those kind of 10 objectives, we did have kind of five key ones, because when you're making asks of political parties, there are a number of things that there are particular ones which we need to prioritise. As I said, AI, since ChatGPT has become the main topic that in many ways that we've been talking about, and we've really been trying to get to grips with that and what that means in practice for the sector, but also around the European touring issue and the crisis around cultural need for a cultural touring agreement. Tax credits, again, I think is something where we've been looking at in production and trying to ensure that there's something new able to have new productions through tax relief. Music education and talent pipeline, ensuring we can actually recruit future talent and ensure that there's more music teachers. We've lost a lot of music teachers over the last decade or so there needs to be more investment in there to ensure that we can continue to develop that future talent. And then finally, around secondary ticketing, which has been an area of a lot of concern. Particularly, it has been quite an unregulated area, and fans being ripped off for exorbitant prices. So that's again another one of the priority areas that we're hoping to address. Finally, just want to leave you with some overview. So AI, I said I'm sure a lot of concepts going on there. I don't want to bombard you with too much information. I'm very happy for these slides to be shared with everyone as well. But why it's a big concern to the sector is particularly around the need to ensure that creators have a choice, and I think that's a fundamental point for us. At the moment, we are concerned with the way some AI systems are being developed and not having that the right protections in place, and that they're using copyright protected material without permission. So ensuring that there is a protection there, and making sure that human creativity maintains the fundamental point of our music industry. So I often describe UK music as a kind of UN for the music industry, and I don't think that's too grand, because people come to the table. There are undoubted issues around our table that cause challenges. This recent streaming debate is a classic point where we represent both record companies and music publishers, but also creator organisations, and it's quite difficult and challenging to get to a consensus on some of those positions. But on an issue like AI, where there is a lot of uniformity about the potential challenge and threat there. So we're definitely stronger together than when we're apart. And UK Music as an organisation really reflects that. But we try to bring things from a local level, but also to a national level. And I very much hope that you have a very productive rest of your day. And I hope that you get everything out of the sessions today as much as you want. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I don't know where you can see me, maybe through there. Who's in there? Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. That's a fantastic overview of the national landscape and the work that UK Music does, and we hope to see you up here at some point when there's a government that can ensure the trains run on time, potentially. So it was fantastic to have Tom here and talk about the national picture, and talk about what that might mean for the region and how national conversations are impacting things. And we were really keen to get kind of both views on this. So we've got another talk, this time from local musician and music educator, I would say, Satnam Galsian, who's been doing fantastic work in the region, fantastic work as an artist. And yeah, please welcome Satnam.
Thank you. So hi, my name's Satnam. I'm a British Asian folk singer, I guess. I was born and brought up in Leeds. My musical journey started here through community music classes, and then I did a course in classical Indian music back at the Leeds College of Music when it was called that. So I know that being in Leeds, you've probably heard of venues such as the Brudenell and Belgrave, and so I thought I'd make this talk a bit more personal as to what I really like about the Leeds music scene. And what I love is that there's such a diverse scene here, which allows bands and artists to really flourish. And there's lots of smaller venues where artists can perform, and it gives you the opportunity to build up a following and allows you to build up a local base and then move on to bigger venues and start to tour regionally and in surrounding cities, then nationally. Some such venues are the Attic at Seagulls, Open Source, Hyde Park Book Club, for example. And I also love that there's music from all communities in Leeds. So, you know, there's Afro-Caribbean music, there's South Asian music, Polish, Irish. There's different genres as well. So whichever genre of music you're really into, you can find that here. And, you know, it's good to go out to events and, you know, all events have a unique atmosphere. So it's good to get out and experience as many of them as you can. You'll find music pretty much everywhere in Leeds. So any of the smaller kind of, you know, like there's Chapel Allerton, Meanwood, Hyde Park, you'll find music venues pretty much everywhere. And it's good to go out and experience them and just find out, you know, which ones appeal to you and where you feel like you have found your place, I guess. Another thing about Leeds is if you can't find the type of event that you'd like to go to, you can always just approach a venue and create your own event. So I'll give you an example of that. So I went to a local event called the Circle Social, which is just literally 2 minutes away from my house, at a venue called Northlight. And a couple of musicians had put it on as a way to showcase their music. And so I spoke to them afterwards, and they said that, you know, they really wanted to set up this monthly music event and particularly get more female performers in. So the next month I ended up performing there. And, you know, it's, you can just, venues, everyone's so friendly, you can literally set things up yourself. And I had a bit of a break from music and came back into music in 2018. So back onto the Leeds music scene. And the first thing I thought was I really need to go out and network again. And I think Leeds is a really great place for doing that. So, you know, being a South Asian woman of a certain age and going out to different events. So I went to different open mics, different performances, and just spoke to people on the scene. And what I find about Leeds is that it's very friendly. People are really supportive. it's easy to network and make friends, and part of the reason I'm sure you're here today is to network as well. So events like this are brilliant for doing that. But just through my experience of networking, I've had a lot of opportunities to perform locally, so in community spaces such as Seven Arts and Headingley Heart, Hyde Park Folk Club. So Chris is here, he's going to be talking later about that, I'm sure. And I just find that it's such a nice place to do music, to be involved in music. And a couple of projects that I'd like to mention as well. So being a South Asian woman, a person of colour, I particularly want to say that a couple of projects that have helped me. So there's Come Play With Me. So they have a call out for artists of underrepresented backgrounds. So I think their compilation is called Side by Side. And, they give opportunities to people who are from marginalised genders and underrepresented backgrounds. Another project that is helping me as a South Asian woman again is Opera North. So Opera North have every year, it's called Resonance. So it's a residency that takes place. And it is for creators of colour to apply for. So that gives you the time and space and some funding to work on creative things. So a project that you want to work on. And I think that, Leeds is a place where there's so many different organisations, and you've got so many people that you can meet and speak to, and I think it's just it's a wonderful place to be, and it's very supportive. So, I encourage you to really use this day to network and meet people, speak to people, and make those contacts. Through contacts, I have worked with so many other musicians who are not from the same musical background as me. But that's another wonderful thing, that you can meet people who, are not from the same musical background and create wonderful things. So I hope you have a wonderful day today, and enjoy your time at the Launchpad Conference. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks to Satnam, and that pretty much draws this first bit, this first session to a close. Just a couple of things before we let you have a little break. So as you're aware, there's basically 3 parallel sessions through the day, as well as the speed advice sessions. You are in the theatre, if you didn't realise. This is on kind of the B1-1 floor. The other 2 rooms with panel sessions are the performing arts space and the cinema, and they are accessed on the upper ground. I'm just making sure I'm not confusing that right. Yes, it is the upper ground floor. So that is essentially 2 floors up, and there will be volunteers and signs to help you get into those rooms if you need. Do feel free to move around if you are in a session and you feel that it wasn't quite what you expected and there's something else that you think you might benefit from. Do please feel free to do that. The speed advice sessions are also on that upper ground floor as well. If you haven't, are we putting the QR code up in a sec? We're going to put the QR code up on the screen following this session if anyone hasn't booked onto that and would like to do that. There is coffee shops within this building and also in the Rose Bowl where you're registered if you want a drink. We will be serving lunch, which is a kind of grab-and-go pack in the Rose Bowl, so where you registered originally, because that's the biggest space to get everyone together. So that will be available from 1 p.m. And then from 4:30 at the end of the day, yes, we have networking drinks. That's in this building. That will be in the space where the coffee shop is now. We won't be, but White Locks will be transforming that into a wonderful bar for us from 4:30. I think that's everyone, everything, and everyone. Have a wonderful day. I hope to speak to many of you throughout. Do continue to talk to each other and make those new connections, as Satnam so beautifully put it then. Yeah, have fun. We'll see you later.
Artist Journey, Getting a Foothold in the Industry panel. I'm Emily Pilbeam. I present the BBC Introducing in Leeds and Sheffield show, do some stuff on Six Music and various other bits and pieces as well. So this panel is just going to be all about how everyone kind of started out and all of the support that is out there. If you've got any questions, please do save them to the end. Please do have some questions because I've been up since 4 this morning and I'm running out of energy. But we're going to go for it. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves and tell everyone what you're doing and kind of what you've done up to this point? We'll start with you.
Hi, I'm Akemi Fox. I'm a singer-songwriter from Manchester. I've been making music for 6 years, but releasing since the end of 2018. With that, I went to uni and studied fashion and decided that was not for me. And then after uni, I was like, I'm going to try and do music full time. And that's what I've tried to do since. Struggled, but it's been fun.
Hi, everyone. I go by the name of Graft. I'm a hip-hop artist from Leeds, Melbourne Song winner, and BBC Three, the Rap Game UK winner as well. I've been doing music for 6 years, but I've been doing music full-time for 4 years after winning the show on BBC Three. It's been great, lots of ups and downs, but I'd definitely say, being transparent with you all, this has been the hardest year for me so far financially, being self-employed and doing music full-time. So glad to just be able to be honest with you. And then, with music, I'm releasing an EP this year, which I'm looking forward to. I signed a publishing deal with Come Play With Me and Universal for that, and it's a pleasure to be in the space with you all today.
As Cara just said, this is the Northern
Hello, I'm Evan,
so thank you for joining
96 back.
We've got a
DJ
really
now.
strong panel today. Some of you might know.
I've been putting out records kind of pretty steadily.
But first, I'll just say what
6
we're
years
do in the
now.
panel. We're just going to be sort of
Doing it full time for the past
questions,
couple.
and then at the end, I'll kind of open it up
Lots of late
for you to
weekends
ask
in
your
clubs,
questions to the
lots of sitting in
so
airports, lots of
I'll
being knackered.
start by introducing myself.
That's
I'm
me.
Lucy Scott. I work for a venue.
Hi,
in the
I'm
northeast
Maeve.
of England
I'm
called
one
Glass
half of the
House.
alt pop duo
You might
Lucky
not have
Iris.
heard of Glass House yet.
We're based in Leeds and
We've
we've been
just
releasing
recently
since
rebranded.
lockdown.
We were until very
And
recently
we've
called
been Launchpad
Stage
artists
Event.
since the start, so this is
But a big
nice full
arena
circle moment.
was,
Nice.
started being built next
I guess
door,
I just want to
and,
take it right
they
back to the
decided
start,
they
really,
would
and
build
kind of
this
find out a
stage.
little bit more
To
about
avoid
you all
confusion,
individually and
it was necessary for us to
what
change
kind
our
of
name.
made you wanted to
But it was
start
kind of
writing
embraced it
music
as
and
like
releasing
a
music. So we'll
sort of
start with
new
you, Maeve.
start,
What was the
fresh
kind of,
beginning, you know, and
was
it's
there a
the
particular
direction
moment
we
where you
wanted
wanted
to
to
go in,
start
sort of
making music,
since
maybe an
COVID.
artist that you
So
listened
my
to or
role
something?
there, I programme
Yeah, I
two
guess
venues,
I'd
so
always
Stage
loved
One, which is
music. I'd been in
1,600
bands
and
throughout
95
uni.
coffee,
I didn't study
and
music,
Stage Two,
but I was
which
lucky
is
enough to study
550,
in Leeds.
so
That's why I
very
came here.
different scales.
And I
we
really did
sort
stay
of
for the music
showcase
scene.
all kinds of genres there,
And
from
I think I
jazz,
got to a
folk,
point
pop,
where it was
electronic,
in the start of
hip-hop.
lockdown.
So,
We'd
and we also
recorded
have
some
a
music,
brilliant
but we didn't really know what we were going to do with it.
programme as well as the estate.
And lockdown hit, and we
who
were
work
like,
with us to kind of help
this is
build
really what's
towards
bringing us
this
joy right now. It's the only
venue.
thing that is. It's the only
That's
thing
enough about me. I'm
that's
going to pass over
really
now and
motivating
ask
us
our
through.
wonderful
And
panellists to
we were like,
introduce
if we're not going to take it seriously now, when are we? And so we did, and we haven't turned back since. So it's been 3 years of, continuing that. So, yeah.
What about you, Evan? Because obviously you're a DJ and producer. What kind of came first, and when did you start releasing your own tunes?
I always I hated the idea of making music. I thought it sounded
Good.
thought it sounded crap because I like painting pictures, and I like the idea that you could look at a picture for as long as you want, and you can't pause a piece of music and look at it. So I always really struggled conceptually with the idea of making music, and then got into club music, and I guess that makes sense. It loops more, it circles around. You rhythmically focus on it in a different way, and then I got that was when I was 15, got pretty obsessed with club music and desperately started trying to go clubbing. Had to work in the cloakroom of a club when I was 15 so that I could go on the off days. And then sort of DJing and producing just kind of came at the same time. Mm-hmm. I think I was making a lot of music before I was ever DJing in clubs. Yeah.
How did you kind of get into DJing? I know that there's things like pirate studios and stuff now, so you can just kind of practice DJing and stuff. But did you do it at home, or were you just kind of thrown onto some DJ decks?
I was not. My shit little job at the cafe didn't pay for me to get decks or anything, so I used to use virtual DJ on my computer. And then the first time I ever DJ'd in a club was the first time I ever touched CDJs.
Wow.
And I like got all the songs I wanted to play and wrote down on the file names like how much I needed to speed them up by, because I was like, if I ruin this, it's like game over.
And did that work?
Kind of.
Graft, how about you? What was it that kind of made you want to start making music?
I think my first introduction to music was when I was 13 and I started writing poems.
Wow.
I used to write poems to express the way that I was feeling and to talk about things that was going on in the world, because I felt like around that age I didn't really have much people to share like my deepest thoughts with. So I used music as an outlet for that. So I started writing poems, and then that progressed to writing more songs. So when I was growing up listening to music, I grew up on a range of different genres like soul, R&B, reggae, hip hop, and that like all had a play into my love for music. But at that time, I really liked Nas. Like Nas was my icon, and his music like ruled the world with Lauryn Hill. It was very like conscious, and it had a message. So a lot of my music that I started writing initially was very conscious, poetic, and just a way to express my feelings. And then from that point, I've just continued with that same love and drive.
Okay, me, how did you kind of get into music?
Similar to Maeve, I never like studied music. I just loved to write, and I used to keep a diary, and like I used to have a thought and think, I'm going to use this lyric one day, and just like note it down. And it wasn't until I met my now boyfriend, who is my producer that I usually work with, he messaged me on Instagram and was like, do you want to make a song? And I was like, okay. I used to just put out little like Instagram like videos, like little covers and little like freestyles. And then I went to his and we made a full song in like an hour or something. And I was like, oh my God, this is so much fun. And then we started dating, and then we continued to make music, and then we've been on this journey together like 6 years in, and it's been fun. We started releasing in 2018. Been signed in that time, not anymore, independent again, and yeah, just like navigating my way, playing shows and stuff. I always enjoyed writing, and I used to help write for friends. That was kind of my first love, writing, and then it came like singing little songs and sharing them. But yeah, I was always scared to sing at school, so I decided to sing on the Leavers year 11 Leavers Assembly, because then I thought I'm never going to see anyone again. So that was the start.
What song did you sing?
I sang with my friend. We sang a mashup of Crazy and I can't remember what the other song, but it was. I will never listen to it back, but it is on my laptop. I don't like to listen to myself back because I cringe, but I'm just a hater sometimes.
I am quite interested in kind of, obviously you're all writing for a bit, you've all got loads of songs ready to go. How do you decide like the first single that you're going to release? Like, do you just know that you want to put it out into the world, or is there loads of kind of thought that goes into that? Okay, me.
The first ever song that I released was quite random for me. I didn't even think about it. It was like half me, like it was a feature song with my friend Matthew, who is like a rapper. He's like spoken word kind of vibe, and it's like mainly more his song than my song, but that like got us a little bit of attraction, and then from that I just started to release songs, and it was just whatever made me feel good at the time. I was like, oh, this is whatever I was like listening back to. I always have it saved on my phone, and I keep listening back. I'm like, this is good. I guess it kind of has changed nowadays, I would say, like with like the rise of like TikTok and stuff, a lot of things like you tease, and if it does well, you kind of want to release it more because there's stuff behind it, but you still have to like the song, and yeah, it's just whatever I would want to listen to, because if I'm not a fan of my own music, then what's the point? So yeah, whatever I would listen to, I'll release. Yeah.
Is that similar for all of you guys?
Kind of. I think maybe it might just be by nature of the music. I think I maybe came in it from a different angle. I was like lurking on the dubstep forums, and they were the only people like my friends on the forums were the only people who were ever allowed to listen to my music because I was really self-conscious about it. Like, God forbid a real person listened to it. And then like someone from the dubstep forums was like, oh, you should really like put this out. And then it was just a process of like bullheadedness about like I just decided that 4 songs were the 4 songs. And then it was just sending those to as many people, like as many labels that I liked as I could, and then someone got back. And then since then it's been quite easy to delineate what's releasable and what's not, I guess.
Graft, you've been releasing music for ages. How do you kind of pick a single or what's going on an EP?
I'd say earlier on in my career, releasing songs used to just be based off how I felt in the moment. And that was like well before I had much knowledge about like labels or timelines or schedules. I just used to write a song. If I liked it, if it felt right, I'd show my friends. If they gave me the thumbs up, I'd be like, cool, yeah, we're shooting a music video. So there wasn't really much like pressure behind it. It was like, oh, I like this. I'll just put it out into the world. But more so now as time's gone on and I've experienced and learnt more, I start thinking about like if it's going to make sense on a project. Does it align with where I'm at? Is it the right message? Is the sound right? So I think over time I've started to consider a lot more aspects behind the release. But similar to what McKamey was saying, if I want to hear that in the world, I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess it's like, yeah, if I like it and I want it to be shared with the world, that really makes sense. But then there's the other aspect of like album sequencing, sequencing on an EP as well. So there's loads of aspects, but I'd just say if you like it and you want it to be in the world, just share it.
Yeah.
It's scary, but get it out there because people deserve to hear your art.
Maeve, when Lucky Iris kind of first started, I remember when you first uploaded, was it in 2020? Yeah. It felt like everything was kind of fully formed and ready to go. Was that the case, or was it similar to these guys where you just kind of wanted to get something out?
Yeah, I feel like there's something really special about being an independent artist and having full control over the art that you're making. Like, on one hand, it's really scary, but at the same time, you can have real control over like what you're producing and how you present that to the world. And when we did our first EP, you picked it up like the first week it was out. Like it got track of the week on BBC Introducing Leeds. And again, that was a big part of us being like, okay, cool, we can do this. And yeah, again, taking it more seriously. But that one was a full concept EP. Like it was called Turns Out We Should Have Stayed at Home, which ironically we released in lockdown and wasn't actually anything to do with that. We'd written it
That
beforehand.
wasn't purposeful?
No, it wasn't at all. Like I'd written the lyric like a year before. It was about a bad night out. But I think when I'm thinking about what we're making, I'll kind of get in a bit of a hole of it where I'll think about all the things around it and like if I could plan my dream music video, my dream, artwork shot, like what would it all look like and what would be the little world inside it. And sometimes I'll go on a ramble and the people around me will be like, okay, we get it. You're going to be wearing power suits and like in a big office and like jumping a building, whatever. But it's nice creating that and being like, yeah, this is the world that I want you to come into. Like part of that was for one of the songs last year, we wrote a song called Oh No, I Guess I Did It Again, which was loosely around being a woman who likes football and all things around that. And some of the ideas that people put onto you about how you should present yourself, when you're in those spaces. And so I was like, let's go film at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We kind of did. We did it at the art gallery there, and it's been great. And then we got an interview in Tottenham, and it's just all part of like that weird idea of trying to imagine what it would look like in the ideal world. So I quite like to get lost in that.
So when you've got your singles that you're going to release, I don't know if everyone here has released music yet or if people are thinking about doing it, but what's the first thing you look to do when you go to release that? How do you get it out into the world? Obviously, you're putting it on Spotify and stuff like that, but how do you get people to pay attention to that? Because everyone's releasing music at the minute.
I think, right, I went to a talk that was with some TikTok people a couple of weeks ago, and I like largely disagreed with everything they said, where they were just talking about like everyone's hyper promotion at the minute. Everyone's hammer it home, hammer it all home, and maybe I'm just wrong. I often think if you can cultivate an image where you're able to understate stuff and let the music do the talking, that for me works. And it might not work for everyone, but like I'm far more successful if I'm self-releasing something on Bandcamp on a whim. If I just throw it out and I'm like, look, this is there. I know I have a few people follow me on Bandcamp. I know I'll get some sales off it. And I know I'll kind of like long-term perhaps affect stuff in a different way if I start really being like, I'm going to post about this every day for 4 weeks. Maybe, yeah.
For me, obviously the beginning, I didn't know anything. I was just like releasing it, didn't have a clue. And then started to learn about like playlists and Spotify, which really helped my career as a musician. So what I found, if you haven't released music, when you like release something on like a distributor, whatever distributor you want to use, and then usually like a month before, going on to Spotify and pitching your song to playlists, so you can describe what instruments are in there, the mood. I listened to something on TikTok recently saying like the Spotify playlist really like when you describe the mood of your song, like what does your song feel? Where will you listen to that song? Is it sexy? Is it really chilled? But yeah, I'm going to do that next time, so I thought I'd give you the advice too. But yeah, so that's really good, like to pitch it out. It's not always going to get in a playlist, but it might, and even if it's a small one, it can really like open your doors to new listeners. And also BBC Introducing is very good. That again really helped me. It's got me like festival opportunities. I played BBC Big Weekend last year in Dundee, and like other little shows, like ones in London, Manchester. So that's really good, just to upload for your local area and build a relationship with them, because they put on some really cool shows. They did one at the 100, so it's like the cricket
thing. I DJ that here. It's
yeah.
so weird.
It's so weird, but and it rained, of course. So basically, I was performing to not many people, but it was a fun experience. And yeah, it's just fun to do, good people to meet. So yeah, BBC Introducing and Spotify is all that I've got right now in my brain, but I'm sure you guys have got some more advice.
You did the 100 as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I've performed at the 100
so
review.
Bizarre, but
yeah,
great.
Crazy. I was going to say, in regards to releasing, I feel like for artists, it can be quite daunting thinking about having to create promo consistently, especially when like you just see these platforms like TikTok and other platforms like promote your music, create content, be promoting it every day, every week, can be quite daunting. And I think it's important to promote our music, but it's important to also like live life and focus on creating quality music opposed to always just pushing it into people's faces. So for me, when I go about releasing a song, I make sure I spend a lot of time into the creation of it, making sure it's good quality music. And then with the promo, I'll go out with like a videographer, get some promo content to put into the schedule to start promoting before the release. And then I'll get content to start promoting the song like after the release as well, just so you have different videos, so it's not all the same, that you can share to your audience. And I think it's good to start promoting like 2 to 3 weeks in advance. Song comes out, and then start after the release, like 2 weeks after as well, because you don't want to be like force feeding everyone your music, like listen to me. Give them time to actually hear it and digest it. And I seen a quote the other day where it was like, content shouldn't feel so daunting. Content should feel like you're creating art as well. So besides creating the music, which is the art, the content we create is also art as well. So that might help with anyone in the crowd who feels like the content creation is quite daunting.
Yeah, and I think I completely agree with that, and I think that like authenticity has been a real buzzword over the last year, and like I hate it. but also like finding your niche is really, I think, what certainly like I found most success in. Like all the things where I was like, is this a bit too specific? Is this a bit too weird? Like we went a bit hard in on the football thing. And we're going to do it again this year because it got us like some of the most of our wins. And like we decided to do a hyperpop remix of one of our songs like at the very end of our release. And we were like, we love hyperpop music. It was the only music we were listening to when we were like in the release pattern because we were so in our heads about everything that's coming out. And it's just, we personally find it so joyful and like so great and so energizing. And we're like, we're going to do it to one of our own tracks. You've heard this track before? It's like, maybe I'm too much. It was the final one. It was like the 4th version of the track, full disclosure, that we'd done. And we were like, what's the harm in doing another one? And again, it got us on the biggest players we got on. It's got some of the most active fans that we've had. Because when you find like that group of people who really connect, like they stick.
I think that something about style and allowing yourself to grow in that way, or if you get really interested in something, and suddenly you have this back catalogue of music behind you and you're like, does this make sense? Can I make it make sense moving forwards? Does this fit in the lineage of whatever I'm doing? I think it's not a bad idea to sometimes view your musical output in a sort of ship of Theseus kind of way, wherein you are adding new bits, old bits are falling away. Maybe you find a plank of wood down the back of the sofa that you haven't used for 3 years, and you're sort of constantly shedding your skin as an artist, and you're still, well, philosophically that's up for debate, but whether you're still the same artist. But I quite like that idea of constantly being able to swap bits in, move bits out, and grow in that way, and then think about how you release. It makes the idea of what you release a bit less daunting because it feels like it gives you more freedom.
I just want to echo on that point, bro, because I can so relate. For me as an artist, I was like so experimental earlier on in my career. So no one knew what like I was known. No one had an idea of what I was known for. I used to release like grime, rap, hip hop, R&B, soul, 1 week, next week. So I think it's really important as artists to be experimental and to not be afraid of that, because I think in this era, labels will be like, how can we market you? How can we brand you? And sometimes that can restrict artists from just being a creative and just expressing themselves. So I think it's really important that we are experimental and be creative and don't always try and fixate on, oh, this needs to be my brand, this is my niche, because all that experimenting and creativity will eventually get to that point where you find out what you would like to do more long-term through that creative process. So I think just be creative and enjoy it, and don't put too much pressure on thinking, oh, I need to be in this box. We can be everything. We can be in that box, that box, that box. So yeah, just be everything and allow yourself time to grow. That's one thing that I really learned for myself.
What do you do if you're in like a bit of a creative block? I've been speaking to a couple of artists who are kind of just, you know, trying to write all the time, but maybe struggling. Do you have any advice for people that are just... Because in my head, I'd just be like, just leave it. Just leave it for a day and come back to it. But I don't know if that's how it works when actually writing music.
I just say, go live life for a minute. When it feels like too overwhelming, like sometimes, I'm not going to lie, I hate studio sessions when... hear me out. Like sometimes I hate making music when it feels like so consuming and it's just going wrong and you're just thinking, oh my God, I've not made my hit or da da da. And when you get in that mindset, you need to let it go. You need to go live life. You need to have fun. You need to go for a drink with your friend. You need to just like, I feel like most music is about like your experiences anyway. So you need to think of content for your lyrics. So go enjoy yourself. And then, yeah, even if it's just the next day or a week after, I feel like my spirit feels calmed again. I feel like I'm in the mood to write something. And yeah, don't force it. Like I've done so many studio sessions where we're like hours and they're like, oh, let's keep going. And I'm like, babe, it ain't working. Let's just go home. And I don't think that you haven't failed or anything. Sometimes I do feel like that. I'm like, oh, I haven't made a song, but you are, it's like, oh, it's the process of getting to the point where you finish a song or do something you like. So I just think you're allowed to take a break. Don't feel bad. So yeah, that's my advice.
Yeah, I so agree with you. And this is such a great question, Em, because at the start of the year, like every new year, I always have a phrase that I try and live by. And the phrase this year was live life. And like recently, I've just felt like really overworked and burnt out. And that's a big thing that as artists and creatives, we can all relate to. And when it's come to the creative process, as much as I've enjoyed it, I just feel like I really need a break away from music. And I think why that's important is because the more life that we live as creatives, like you were saying, the more content we can put into our music, the more energized we feel. And although like as artists, every day our life is music, you might wake up and you're thinking of ideas, which is great. But over time, that can like affect us as human beings. And that's why I think it's important to have the balance of living life and being creative, because you don't want to get to that point of burnout and not be able to put you all into the music. So like you were saying, I think living life is so important, and not being harsh on yourself and allowing yourself to rest. Just as much as like society is always encouraging us to work, and then we adopt that mentality of always going and moving, try and be as like strict on giving yourself moments of rest and moments to like reflect and unwind, because rest is just as important as working, especially for creatives.
I really agree. My way of getting through a creative block is the opposite of that, and it's not healthy. I do it in a self-torturous kind of way because I hate myself.
I love you, bro.
Cheers, man. I'm the polar opposite. I get frustrated and I hyperfixate. If I've got a problem, so I've been working on like an album. Nightmare writing an album has to be good, doesn't it? And like, so I'm really struggling with like the last few tracks. I've been working on it for 8 months. Like, it's really getting in my head. And then last week I was like, right, I'm gonna write an album every night until I write one song that can go on the actual album.
That's crazy, by the way.
So I was writing 45 minutes of music every evening, not eating, just like rolling straight into bed, sleeping in my studio. And I got a 5-minute song out of it, and I felt atrocious. So don't do that, unless if you want to do the self-torture thing. But like, I wish I did the other things. Essentially, don't do what I do.
I feel like I tried to remind myself why I loved music. Like I tried to like
Bloody hell.
and not and hopefully, yeah. It like motivated me to come back and do that.
I do love it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm glad you clearly do. Yeah. Like you clearly like live and breathe it very literally. But I like tried to go out and like remind myself why it's like my favorite thing, and why I do like, because sometimes like we all do, we like get in a space where you're like, you have to set your own deadlines when you're doing this, don't you? Like, and that's one of the hardest parts about it, is that you're working for yourself, and that the only person you're letting down in the end is yourself, and that's really hard. Like that's really difficult to like come to terms with. So like a couple of months ago, I was like, I'm just gonna get out. Like I'm gonna go and see some music, and it wasn't necessarily like my favorite artist. It wasn't an artist I knew particularly well, but it was somebody I was like, they're gonna be good. Like they're gonna put on a good performance. I'm gonna go see what they're all about. Like I'm gonna go enjoy it, and I'm a big fan of like standing right at the front. Like I will be right up front. I will be there. But like I stood at the back and I just like watched everyone watch the gig, and everyone was just so happy, and everyone was just like really enjoying themselves and really like wanting to be there. And I was like, oh, if I can do that with my music, then like I've been successful. And so and I went home and I was like, right, let's finish the music, let's go. And we did, and we finished it pretty soon after that. But I think you just sometimes need to remind like why you're doing that, and it's so that people can like feel that energy that I felt when I was standing there, and I was like, oh, this is why I'm doing it.
Speaking of live music, obviously once you've got your music out there, generally you kind of want to be playing shows, right? Maeve, how did you kind of get your first Lucky Iris shows?
It was such a weird time because of COVID, we didn't gig for like, I think our first gig was on YouTube. It included like moving the living room round, and I think we were like, I think Jasper is the other half of the band. I think we're in different places, and we were like Zoom calling, and I was using like 2 sets of headphones. We're like, or just like like Apple little plug-in headphones. They're still what I use, but one was like the mic, and one was what I was listening on. Some nice natural compression through that. But I think we actually started, I think Launchpad had helped us book our first gig even. Like we got paired, like they picked us up after our very first release. We were really lucky. They gave us some funding and some support, but like the most important thing we got out of all of it was it's really how we kind of built our team. And our team isn't necessarily as much of a formal team as some people's are, but it's really like mentors and people that we really trust and have really given us like advice over the years. We've met some like brilliant people, like loads who have gone on to be like really important people in like the Leeds music scene. And they were all people who said, like signposted us. Like our first gig ended up being the lottery winners at Kiehl, which isn't necessarily who you'd identify our band with in terms of sound, in terms of any of that, but it was just like a space to get out into the city. And like I went around with like a clipboard like this. I don't know if people know the lottery winners, but they're quite like a loud indie band, and like I stand on stage, and like it was our first gig, and I was quite shy, and I rambled on quite a lot. And I went around afterwards because we had a single coming out. I had this bright blue clipboard with like glittery stars on it, like our pre-save, and I went around and was like, "Can everyone pre-save our single, please?" And everyone was like, "What do you mean pre-save? Like, what is that?" And I was like, "We're in Leeds, and like we're a band, and we're trying to do like this." And they're like, "Okay." We've kept some fans from it. Like, we've really grown from there, and like people have been like, "Oh, is that gig?" And they see us now, and I'd hope they think there's quite a bit of development. But yeah, it was through our connections with people that we'd made from just like listening and taking on the advice and trusting them that kind of helped us get to where we are now.
I really don't want to. I think that's really important. I think at every level of music in nearly all forms, if you're performing live music, if you're DJing, if you're doing whatever, the importance of just being about cannot be like understated. Like I remember I was friends with this old like techno dude on Facebook who used to be quite popular, and he was just whinging on Facebook. He was like, "Why does no one book me? Like no one bloody books me." And I was just like, "It's because you just sit in your house, man. Like you're not out. Like you're not like a present figure. Like if you're talking to, and like don't do it so like you're not every time you leave the house isn't like a networking decision. Just be a normal human being and be in someone's head. And like if they're like, oh yeah, they're really sound, wouldn't they be good to have at the party? Or like oh like aren't they lovely? Their music's sick as well. Like let's get them for a gig. That literally carries up and scales up at nearly every level of like music, and just being a sound person and being about is so massive, I think. Yeah, I would agree. I think you don't realise how small the music industry is until you're in it.
It's all in-house, everyone's family members.
No,
Nepo
literally.
babies. Graft, how did you get your kind of first live shows?
My first live shows came about from me releasing freestyles when I was about 15. So those freestyles at the time kind of went like viral, and they were just like my first ever output onto YouTube. So that was a blessing. And then I started getting bookings from promoters and being like, "Oh, can you come perform at this event?" And they was just in my local community. I had no songs out, so I was just going to these events and just performing freestyles. And I guess that was an experience within itself because I learned how to like be on stage and interact with a crowd. And then as I progressed and started releasing songs, I had obviously the freestyles and then the songs to perform as well. But as my career has progressed, the more opportunities for me to perform live have come through, like what you were saying, bro, taking opportunities. So For instance, going on to the rap game, they reached out to me on Instagram. I said, yes, I think I can go on here and win. But my main focus was the exposure. So any opportunity that comes about, I remember like going to London when I was younger by myself on the coach, or Manchester or Birmingham, just to go to these networking events and put myself out there and just meet new people, take emails. And that worked for me. But I know that's not going to work for everyone, because that's quite daunting. Like, not everyone's as social as that. So if you don't feel comfortable going out to these networking events and speaking to people, maybe consider taking a friend with you who is very social, who can like start conversations, and then you can ease your way into that convo as well. So for me, how a lot of live shows and opportunities have come about is through meeting people, networking, and releasing music consistently. Because when you release music, you start to create a buzz around you. And that's how promoters hear about you. Promoters are not going to hear if you're just sitting on all your music at home and you're like, oh, I've got all of these great songs, but no one's booking me. Well, get them out then. So you just put your music out and meet the right people, be teachable, network, and the opportunities will come.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. I think a lot of people that I know in the music industry are from like just going to gigs, and you see the same faces all the time, and you know, see the same bands all the time. I think, yeah, getting out there is really important. What about with you with live music? How did you kind of get started with that?
Kind of similar to everyone. Yeah, just like I'm from Manchester, so like just being present in like the Manchester music scene, like building relationship, just friends, like going to each other's gigs, them asking you to open up for you, just like, yeah, releasing music has helped. Even like messaging someone that's come to Manchester and they need a support act, and you're like, oh, me. They might not answer, but they might. So that's always good. You can steal their fans. But also support shows are kind of scary because people will talk because they're not here for you. So you have to get over that as well. But yeah, I've also played some really bad first shows. So yeah, I remember playing my first show in London. I was like, oh my God, I'm booked in London. But yeah, we didn't really get paid unless obviously you sell however much tickets and you get a percentage. And basically, I'm going to tell you the story so you don't make my mistake. We got there, our stage was not set up. They didn't even know that we were on this separate stage. The first act didn't have a mic stand, so someone had to hold his mic while he played guitar. And then, then the organisers asked us to go to the main stage, even to go watch the main act, even though we were supporting our tiny little stage. And then during my performance, they started packing away. It's a good story. It was traumatic, but it was a good story. So yeah, just being like, I feel like, yeah, just be aware, even if you don't have a manager, setting up like a management like kind of email so you can talk on behalf of you, being like, oh, okay, we would love to do this. So you feel less guilty for asking for more money. And that's what my friend, my friend that's in a band, he said, put management at the end. And it did help because then people talk to me as if I had management. So yeah, that's a good advice. And yeah, don't feel bad about like being not difficult. Don't be difficult, but you're allowed to like ask for things and like not be treated badly. Like they need you. Without you, there's no performance. So yeah, don't feel bad if something's not gone well. You should be able to say it in a nice way, obviously.
I'm probably going to throw to questions at some point soon. So if anyone does have any, please start thinking about them, and I'll ask you in a bit. I was going to ask, you mentioned earlier, Akemi, that you were signed, but now you're independent. What was it that kind of made you go back to being independent, and how are you finding it as an independent artist navigating the industry at the minute?
So I was signed in 2022. I was signed to a Manchester label who are quite new still. They're called NQ. I was like their only female act on there. They have a lot of like rap artists, and it was a really cool experience for a year. We just released an EP. It allowed me to go to London a lot to work with new producers, because I tend to only work with my boyfriend, but we got exposed to more people, and yeah, we felt the money that they gave me helped me like make music videos and stuff, and like get PR for things and like radio plugging and stuff like that. And yeah, it was a positive experience. I feel like me and the label just didn't know what else to do with me. So we parted ways at the start of 2023, and yeah, become independent since then. It was a good experience. It wasn't bad at all. Like, it was a fun experience. I would maybe like hold off being signed. Yeah, I would like to, I don't know, just have a bit more clout behind me to like, you know, call the shots a bit more. And yeah, it's fun being independent. It is hard because it's my full-time job. So like trying to find money to like promote things and get PR or whatever you kind of want to do a good music video is quite hard. But there is funding to apply for, and you know what, I live at home, so that helps. So yeah, being independent is fun still. Like, also, you have way more control, which is nice, and I'm a bit of a control freak, and I've done some songs that I don't love, so it's nice to do songs that I actually do enjoy. So yeah, I'm still navigating, but yeah, I'm trying my best.
You've been pretty staunchly independent, I think, for quite a while. Are you wanting to have a bit more control as well, or have you just kind of wanted to keep that like DIY independent ethos?
Being independent is long. It's so long. But the reason why I say that is because there's so many aspects to cover when you're independent, and we can all relate to that. And over time, it does get draining when you're doing too much, and that can take a toll on your creative process and how much you're actually just enjoying music as a whole. And I feel like I'm at that point, and I've been battling with that for a while, where I've been independent for about 4 years now, and I've enjoyed it because I've had that creative control of my music. I've been able to, you know, retain most of the money for myself. I've met people, and the opportunities have come directly through to me. But doing all of that admin and then trying to be creative and networking and doing these meetings, there's so many things to consider. And that's when it gets to the point where you have to recognize when you need to start forming more of a team around you, so that you can start being more strategic and just streamline your work. Because when you're doing too much, you're spreading yourself too wide. And that's when the team is important, when you're independent and you start progressing, because you don't want to be doing it all. But I do really love being independent because I get the creative control, the more of the money's coming to me, and I feel free. Like, that's one major thing for me as an artist. I don't want to feel like I'm being tied down or someone's restricting me from what I'd like to do. And a lot of the time as artists, when we don't have that leverage, if we do sign to labels, they can take away that freedom from us. But on the flip side, there's benefits to signing to a label because they have the money, they have the resources, and they can help you with your exposure. But if ownership is something that's important to you, like myself, then I would say consider whether you want to be signed or start looking at distribution or publishing deals instead, so that you can retain more of the ownership to your music. But for me, like, long term, I would like to have more leverage so that I can go to these labels and be like, all right, I don't really need you, like, you need me. And that's the position that I would like to be in, opposed to going to a label and they offer me some meaty 15, 20 grand, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to up that. And you're just in there like, oh, I don't really know, you know, like, I need this. But so yeah, having leverage is important. And I just think you just got to think about what's right for you. If you want to be independent, then so be it. But building a team is important. But if you want to sign to a label, then there's pros and cons. You just got to weigh them up on what's right for you as an artist.
You've worked with a label, haven't you? How have you kind of found that experience with releasing?
I mean, I'll preface it by saying, I think, like, releasing dance records, at least at my level, I think it feels different. I think the label, the role of a label is hugely different. at least for me, when every time I've released with a label, it's because creatively I've liked their back catalogue and what they've done. I've released with like 7 labels now at this point, and like that goes. But the contracts that are signed there are on a record by record basis. They're not tying me to anything. I mean, if we want to get into the nitty gritty of it, I sign everything to a limited that I own and then sign it to them. But whatever. But like, so it feels like a creative collaboration in that sense. Often when I'm working with a label, it feels like if I really like what the label does, then that's when I can get on board with it. And for me, really importantly, so end of 2020, I signed with Local Action in London because I love what they did. And also loads of my friends were signed to them. And I was like, why are all my friends on this cool thing that I'm not a part of? So I like messaged the guy who ran it, and I was like, I've got a record, I think. And he was just about it. And then now he's like one of my best friends, and that's so important. Even if I release music with anyone else, it gets sent to him first, and he sits and talks with me about it. And that's kind of what I always wanted from it's similar to a managerial sort of thing, but like he's just my mate who also has the capability to give me money and put out music.
I want one of those friends.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty nice, isn't it? So that for me, like, and for larger scale projects, I've got like larger scale projects that I'm trying to work with, and then suddenly that becomes a bit more contractual, and it all gets a little less fun, which is fine because that's the job. It is a job. But I'm having to now weigh up the severe financial and contractual pros and cons of, do I get involved in quite heavy contracts, or do I build something off my own back? And that's quite pressing for me at the minute. I've been thinking about it a lot, and it's haven't made my mind up yet. I will soon, I promise.
And Maeve, you've obviously said that you've worked with Launchpad pretty much kind of from the start, I guess, really, with Lucky Iris. How have you kind of found those organisations? How important have they been for you whilst, remaining independent?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I talk about them a lot, but they've been really fundamental. I think there's a difference between it being independent and shooting yourself in the foot. I think take help where people are willing to give you help. There are some really great people. I think the amazing thing about being in Leeds is that it's a big city. There's loads of us, but you can find where to find us pretty easily. We're at events like this, and people are in spaces and at venues that you can all have access to. And I think when people are willing to help you, you should listen at least to what they have to say. And if you decide that you want to go a different way, that's completely your own thing. But with things like Launchpad and Launchpad Plus, like there's levels that you can really involve people on if you want to. And if you want to keep full control, you can still do that with somebody doing some of the admin bits. You don't spell your tracks wrong on your release. Because I've been there, and
Did you?
It's nice having someone checking over it in very much less serious things in the past.
It didn't get to Spotify incorrectly spelled.
Yeah, no, we're all good now.
That's
we're all
good.
good now. But
That's
now I
very
just add like brackets and make everyone else's jobs a lot harder and make it all lowercase and all those fun things. But I think that there really is like different levels of which people can come in and help. And whatever level you're at, whether you're looking for just somebody to say, like you do a lot of talks, don't you? Like with music leads and like I think we talked to you before, like after just our first release, and we're like, when would you like this? Like, when would you like to hear our track? Like, when should we upload it? When should we do all of this? And it's all really helpful, even if it's just advice or if it's funding or whatever it is. Like, there are people like you there, so
Thanks,
really helps.
Appreciate that. We've got about 10 minutes left, so if anyone has any questions, please do raise your hand. Yes. Do we have a microphone, Sitch? Yeah, we do. One sec.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. First of all, thank you. My name is Lucy Robinson, and this feels like a different sort of meeting now. You've played my music before, so appreciate it. Thank you for the support. What was my question? The first one was for the panel. Just tips on like working for yourself, because it is. Someone touched on that earlier. Like it's quite hard to motivate yourself and set your own deadlines. And then the second question was, what do you look for when someone's like approaching you as a new artist, like in an email maybe or in person? Because like sometimes I hate going up to people and being like, "Hi, listen to my music."
If I'm pissed, don't approach me. But I think just saying hello, just being nice, saying what you do. I think in an email, like, to be honest, people really don't email me that much, which is probably not what I should say right now. But yeah, I guess upload your music, obviously. That's kind of the only way to get played on your local introducing show. But if you want to send an email to me or the team, like just say that you've uploaded the tune, maybe what it's about and what you've got coming up over the next kind of like few months or something. That's kind of all we really need, really. I might not reply, but I'll know about it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, that's perfect, thank you. Should I start working for yourself? So after uni, when did I finish uni? 2022 or 1? And I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to go back to a normal job. Not going to go back to an office job because I did not enjoy that personally. So I was like, I need to do music. So yeah, that was like a motivation for me at the start. It was like, okay, well, it's going to have to work. But as I said, I still live at home, so I'm very lucky to have that, and I'm sure I wouldn't be able to do music without my mum letting me live with her, so I appreciate her. But yeah, staying motivated is hard. I sometimes get out of like the habit, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to get back on track. But yeah, basically, I give myself like little goals, checklist for the week. I message people, where do I start? So I go to London to make music, so I'll go to London, and I'll give myself a week or two, or if there's someone to stay, and I'll just like, right, I'm going to connect here, I'm going to network. Like I went for 2 weeks just last week, and I was like, I don't have much planned, but I was like, I'm just going to make things happen. So I was just messaging people, like brands, like people to talk to, like friends that are also musicians, just to like have conversations. It's always good to speak to musicians. Always feel free to message me. I love to chat. And yeah, just it's nice to know other people's experiences. You can kind of help each other. And yeah, I always go to the studio, try to like at least 3 times a week or more, and kind of treat it like a job. Like I'm going to go to the office, I'm going to the studio, I'll go 12 till, I don't know, 6 or something. And I'll do that a couple of times a week. I'll write at home, I've got my own setup. And yeah, obviously, if I'm not in the mood to do music that week, I won't, which is bad. But yeah, you're allowed breaks. But yeah, just giving yourself some goals is good. Like, I want to write half a song this week. I want to message this person. I know this person's coming to perform. Let me message them. I just think, yeah, message people you don't know. I always do that, and like, I feel like you can get good connections from it. I always comment on people's TikToks as well. You just don't know what you're going to get from the experience. So yeah, I just like message people, and yeah, try and keep busy doing things you love, like obviously writing music. And yeah, sorry, I rambled a bit.
Oh, is this for the whole panel?
Are you happy with the answer? No, yeah. Just because we've not got much time, so if people have got more questions, yes. There's quite a few hands now. You can decide.
Hi. Thanks for your talk, everyone. This is for the panel as a whole. But I just wanted to ask, like, in your you were talking about your creative process a lot, and is there like a specific moment when you know you've finished a song, or like, is there a point where you've like gone away, like for 3 months, come back to it? I don't know. I don't know if that's a really tricky question, but like, can you pinpoint a feeling at all, or like, yeah?
I would say like I like to. I think efficiency is kind of one of the skills that really grows the longer you make music. And I start to be like, if I don't really get the idea down in like 3 hours, it's probably not going to end up being a song. I'm okay with that. But like sometimes I think my 3 most popular songs in the world, you hear everyone say this, I wrote in half an hour and left it at that and never touched it again. And that's annoying. Wish I could do that every time. It'd be great. There are songs that I'll maybe come back to a few months later. I genuinely think if you're sitting struggling with, like, let's say a mix down or a vocal take for that long, you're going to end up overworking it, and perhaps handing it to someone someone else might be a last resort in that situation, to just be like, a fresh pair of ears could fix this. But generally, be really happy with your core idea, and then that's when a song's going to get finished and you're going to feel happy about it. I'd say that's at least my creative through.
I'm going to go to another question just because there's quite a few people. Oh, I don't know who to pick. Please don't make me do it.
Please pick me.
The blue jumper? I like the blue jumper.
Hi guys, I'm Lillian. First of all, thank you for this. It's like super cool and interesting. Got a question for 6ix9ine back about your
96.
Did I
No,
say 6ix9ine?
96 backwards is 69 forwards though. So.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so I was on something there. Okay, my bad.
No, don't worry.
But I've got a question about when you creatively tortured yourself. I've got a lot of questions about that. But
Okay.
one question for that is, did you notice a difference in the music that you created from it?
Quality-wise?
Yeah, like, was it like, because that's such like an intense time of like creative stuff?
Yes, like musically, it's actually like right. Technically speaking, it's some of the most rubbish music I've ever made, but it's extremely listenable and very interesting.
Okay.
And
okay.
I actually like have sat and listened to like a few of them put together as just 3 hours uninterrupted. I'm like, this is pretty cool. It's not good, but there's a difference between cool and good. And I like cool music. I don't necessarily like good music. I love horrible bits of music. And that's what that is. And that's a good thing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you want to pass it down? Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name's Muna. I have a question for the panelists. Basically, I get told to change my music a lot to make it more, what's the word? Like, more mainstream. I do Afro R&B, but I like Ash Nico and Melanie Martinez, so I try and like bring those elements in. So my question is, to any of you, like, have you been told to try and change your sound before, and how did you handle that when you got that?
Yes, a lot. I'll only talk for a bit because I know you haven't spoke. Everyone wanted me to make dance music. I said, babe, I make R&B. So yeah, and I've done some like weird experimental music and I hate it. And every time it plays, it makes me upset. So don't do anything you don't like, I would say. Do something that you enjoy because you have to listen to it. You have to perform it live. And if you don't like it, then no. So yeah, just do your thing. I feel like the right people will find you. And Afro,
It's like Afro R&B, but if
that's
it was
up
on
my
acid.
street and I will listen to that every day. So let me know your name so I can listen. I think there's definitely a world in that music right now. Like, yeah, honestly, you do you, and like, yeah, do what makes you happy. Because the luxury of being able to work for yourself is you pick what you want to do. You pick what you want to make. So I'd say stay true to you.
Oh yeah, I'll come throw in a little 2 pence. I think you've got to question how you wanna be perceived, and you have to ask yourself what kind of music do you truly want to make. Because if your idols are mainstream, then take some bits from their creative process and incorporate that into yours. But if if that doesn't align with you, then don't do that and keep refining your process so that you're making the music that truly aligns with you and that you're most happiest with. But I think overall, just take little bits from the artist that you really like and then fine-tune your sound. And I think that's how you're going to be truly authentic instead of trying to copy somebody else, because there's no one else like you.
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing. Like, when I was starting, I think people were like, you should make it like more alt, like more this. But like, however hard I try, I make pretty pop music. Like, I can try do something else, but like, whatever I come out with, it leans into that. And like, I can't change that, and it's not going to be true to what you're doing if you're not like, it's never going to be what you love. And people will feel that. So if you love it, then other people will love it. They will.
Sorry, just stupid ADHD brains connected those two questions. Your last one as well. In terms of identity and sound, that process of writing a lot of music in one night, it forces you to take the path least travelled with the way you make music. You fall back on all your most easily used techniques. So you end up making music that sounds the most you. If you let music just come out of you, it will sound like you. The more you work something, the more you sit on something for 8 months, the less you're going to like work into it. The less you're going to work yourself. You're going to work yourself out of that piece of music. The thing you immediately create will always be the most you bit of music, and that is your voice, and that's the thing you have that makes you happy.
Thank you so much.
No, it's all right.
Do we have time for one more question? One more. Go over there. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. You can come over again.
Hi, my name's Gabby. Thanks so much for this talk. This is a bit more directed to Graft. You was talking about being independent and making sure you get a team of people working with you. And I'm like a recovering people pleaser that really struggles asking for help. And sometimes I feel like if I don't have money to offer to someone to be in my team, they're going to say no. So how would you suggest approaching that, sort of getting people to work with you? Because I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot at the moment, just doing everything on my own.
Yeah, I fully hear that. I would say, obviously, as artists, especially like coming into our careers, we're not always going to have the money to offer somebody to help us. So I think what's important is trying to offer them some value in another way, where it's like, all right, cool, this person can help me with this thing, how can I help them? So it becomes more of a two-way situation. If that's not like able to happen, I think over time, generally, as an artist, you start to, the more you network and the more you speak to people, I think the more you start to meet people who can see the value in you. And I think from those experiences of being around particular environments, you start to align with the people that can see what you can do long term. And then those people don't always want that monetary exchange with you. They just believe in you. So I think put yourself out there. I know it's hard, like people pleasing. I've gone through that. It's hard to put yourself out there, but try your best to do that, so people can see your skill and your level. And then over time, you'll start to attract the people that can see your value, and then you can build together. You're not going to always have the money, and that's fine. But if you put yourself out there, you'll align with the people that can see your value, and you can build with them. For instance, my best friend is there, Danny. He believed in me before I could give him any money. I had no money to give him, but he just was like, yo, I love your music, man. Let's work. And that was just through me being in different spaces, releasing music, him seeing the value in me. And then over time we've built. And now over time I've been at points where I can pay him. I can put him onto opportunities that pay him money. He pays me through his time, his everything. So it's just put yourself out there. Yeah, that's what I'd say.
I completely agree with that. Like, all of my biggest supporters have been like people who've just believed. And even if it's just like little things, even if it's just like, hey, like, I know you know this person, like, can I have an introduction? Like, even those little things, just like start there, and then you may become best friends, and like maybe it'll grow from there. Like that's how it begins.
Amazing. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because we have actually run over. Thanks so much for coming, guys, and thanks so much to my amazing panel. Cheers.
Thank you.
roaming mic as well? You don't get to do more than that. Oh, fine, I'm good. Sunglasses.
The future is bright.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'll get you all to introduce yourselves as well.
Thank you very much.
It's the least I can do.
That's all right. What, pass the button?
Yeah. No, I'm the facilitator here. I'm not the expert.
It's not about you.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's more about that.
Exactly. Wait. Right, it's 2 o'clock. Should we get started? It's probably a good idea. We've got till 3 o'clock. So I'm warning you all now. I would like you guys to please, and I'm sure you will, come up with some questions. The more outrageous, the better. That'd be fantastic. Yeah. So really, really great you could be here today. We love supporting Launchpad. I'm Ollie from UK Music. My boss couldn't make it because of the train strikes, but I was here luckily anyway. So here I am, standing. If you want to talk about any of our policies and stuff afterwards, please come and find me. I'm around later on at the drinks as well, so feel free to come and find us. The panel today is called How Tech is Shaping the Music Landscape. Obviously, it's a massive area of development and lots of changes happening really rapidly. Just to give you an example of the kind of pace of change. Last year we came up with our 10 priorities as UK Music, the trade body for the music industry, and tech was used broadly as one of the 10 pillars that we need to concentrate on. Within about 3 or 4 months that had become AI, because that's where so much of the change is happening and where there's a lot of the challenges and I guess opportunities as well, which the panel will touch on as we go. So just to reiterate, please do think of questions as we go. I'll be coming to the questions of the audience within about 20, 30 minutes, I reckon. So I've got a couple of questions first to set the scene, and then we'll get cracking. I would like my fantastic panel to introduce themselves first. So
Fantastic.
Start to my left here.
My name's Hussein Boone. I'm from the University of Westminster. I was pretty much like you, when I was 18, which was probably only a couple of weeks ago, and doing the same sorts of things, starting off as a guitarist. When I was at Goldsmiths as a sprightly 20-year-old, got my first kind of jobs in terms of working for the BBC, like doing TV shows and stuff, the sorts of things the BBC doesn't really do anymore, which is a real shame. Because they used to go into universities and colleges to recruit musicians to go and play on their TV shows. It was a fantastic kind of way in. And it's something that they've kind of lost in some ways. And then at that time, the college had a Fairlight, so I learned how to program the Fairlight, did all of the various drum machines, started to work in various studios and stuff. Left the Musicians Union before I was 30 because they didn't like musicians who used machines. That seemed really odd. And basically just worked with lots of different hip-hop groups, things like De La Soul, Fatboy Slim, Beats International. Did loads of shows for the Prince's Trust, so the Nelson Mandela sort of concerts and stuff in London, did all of those. Worked for the TV, once again, the BBC with Fame Academy, doing all of the recordings and tracks for all of those various artists. Just finished a TV show with students at Westminster, which is on BBC Three, which is called Borders, and we've been doing the soundtrack for that. And I do things like Ableton and whatever else. So yeah, that's it, skinny.
Great, thank you very much. Sarah next. Thank you.
Hello. So my name's Sarah and Wynne. My background is in kind of music events, putting gigs on, being a music promoter, working at festivals. And I've done a lot of work as a creative producer, not producing music, but creative projects with multidisciplinary artists, kind of focusing on work that either interrogates the idea of technology and digital culture or utilizes a medium. So whether that be performance projects, art installations, video games, and things like that. More recently, I've moved towards kind of academia and research. So now I'm working at the University of Salford and BIM Institute, focusing at looking at how all that is impacting the music industry as a whole. And I've started my own production organisation recently, the After Lab, where we're doing more music-led projects, kind of looking at kind of creative projects that interrogate those broader themes, but also looking at skills gaps within the music industry around technology and digital aspects as well.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Melissa?
Yeah, great. I'm Melissa Avdiv. I'm a lecturer up in University of Stirling, up in Scotland. And my background's very much in the academic side of things. I did my degrees in music and musicology, starting being like a classically trained person and then realizing that, well, I don't know if anyone's come across the work of Simon Frith, but I came across his book in a library one day, and all of a sudden I saw that, oh my God, you can study popular music at university, and my whole kind of trajectory changed since then. And I've done a lot of work in popular music studies, and always looked at the relationship between music and technology and society. So I started off with my PhD work looking at iPod culture, which I guess is quite obsolete these days, but a lot of the ways in which people use iPods and the kind of culture around listening and algorithms still kind of works today. And then kind of segued more into looking at social media, things like TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, and how people are talking about music and popular music. And past 4 or 5 years, I've kind of also moved into the world of AI music, which happy to talk about here today, and also kind of looking at the discourse on social media, which we'll probably talk about later, and our just kind of general understanding of the technology. So yeah, happy to be here.
Great, thank you so much. So I've got a couple of broad questions, like I say, to start the discussion, and then a couple of individual questions for you each, and then we'll come to the audience. So please do get ready. There's a warning for you there. So to start with, music and tech always seem to have an interesting dynamic, with tech innovation driving new opportunities and challenges for industry, creators, and listeners. Where does the power ultimately lie in the relationship, do you feel? Melissa, or Sarah, just to come to you first.
I don't think it's necessarily one place or the other. Like if the bigger powers with all the finance, whether or not they have more power versus kind of the grassroots. But I am more interested in the grassroots innovators. Those are a bit being more creative, the people with less money who are creating their own projects, utilizing technology, creating their own grassroots music scenes in the metaverse and kind of things like that. Because they're the signals of how we're going to be doing things in the future. And they're where some of the bigger organizations get the sense of how things are moving forward and how people are thinking about and utilizing these things, kind of getting those ideas from. So there is a lot of power with the people, and I think when we think about technology, a lot of people get scared about not having control. You can have control. There is a place for that for everyone, kind of thing.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Melissa, did you want to come in on?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a tough question because it depends on the context and where that kind of power is dispersed in the first place. I love your point about the grassroots, because I think those unexpected moments of technologies have become so important, like over history, the kind of birth of hip hop and the development of it. Who would have thought that that's what a turntable would have been used for when Edison first kind of envisioned this? So I'm really kind of looking forward to, what will those innovations and unintended consequences be of something like AI? But also, I feel like a lot of this power is become more platformed as well. How much power the different, whether it's a social media platform or the platforms that kind of provide these services for people to produce and create and so on. Just like an example that comes to mind is just recently, I think there's a lot of TikTok users. I know there's a panel on TikTok after this one, and even such a shift as them not renewing their kind of copyright license with artists, entirely took down the types of music you could now post on that and the way that users kind of engage on that app and engage with music on that app. And so in a way, the users have a lot of power because of the way that they just kind of produce content, and they'll find ways around that to still kind of engage with music in meaningful ways. But just such a small shift in a platform's ownership rights can have such a significant kind of influence on, kind of cultural outputs. And I'm kind of getting speculative here, but I think like 5 or 6 years ago, TikTok bought Juke Deck, which is an AI music production company. And I have this kind of conspiracy theory in the back of my mind that this is the time that they're going to release that. They're like, okay, we're not renewing our copyright. We're going to set up this time to put that power in-app, put it in-house, where you create your AI-generated music there, see where it goes. But that's just me being a bit conspiracy theorist.
Thanks, Melissa. Hussein, you got any thoughts on this? And this might be good to relate to the NFC discussion we had before.
I love it when you display such expert knowledge.
Thank you very much. I learned about this just before I came in the room. So
I would go and take a slightly different approach, if that's okay. When gramophones were first made and were pieces of furniture in people's homes, they were sold to get them into people's homes, they were sold at a subsidy rate, because the labels or the owners who owned the media that needed to be played on the machines knew that they would make the money back from selling media. And that's kind of how it happened. And my parents had some, old enough yet young enough to still be able to remember what the radiogram looked like as a piece of furniture in the front room. And the thing is that's kind of the reality of it. The first generation of radiograms you could record your own music on. Imagine what the world of grassroots music making would look like if people already had the capacity to record their own music. So the thing is like companies like EMI and various other things realized that was actually a really bad thing to do. So the second generation of radiograms, they were only playback devices. They were no longer the ability to record and playback. You could only do one thing on them. And that's kind of what we're looking at right now in that. If you look at an AI company like Soundry. So Soundry, if you typed into a prompt and you said kick drum, kind of like Dead Mouse or something, makes a kick drum, gives you 4 options, you pick one. But the reality is when you look at the terms and conditions, actually they own all of the content that's generated on there. They give you a license to use it, which they can revoke at any point that they see fit. So the problem is that we sort of sit within this kind of complex situation whereby an idea of power lies in the terms and conditions. Now, if everyone decides not to accept those terms and conditions, those companies will actually have to change. But the problem is, as I realized when I left the Musicians Union, there are just as many people who are happy to be in the union as there are to not be in the union. And actually, the world of music doesn't actually really fall apart. It just changes again. So the problem with the idea of power is it lies in those terms and conditions which can be revoked and actioned upon any time. And the thing about the technology, I will get onto that one in a second. Oh, nice. But the thing about the technology is also that someone like Joseph Orner, who was a researcher with Donna Haraway, and if you know sort of Donna Haraway and the Cyborg and so on, that there has never really been a time when music has not been technologized. Even if you were to consider the ideas of the great monochord, so the idea of being able, the proportions and being able to kind of create the harmonics with the movable bridge of the 14th century, that's technology. The water organs of the 10th century, they are technologies. Even the Guidonian hand, if you've ever gone that far back to the 9th century, you will know that that is essentially a technology. It is a way of being able to transmit musical information as the most efficient possible way via the hand, especially in a time when people don't really read. So the thing about these kinds of technologies is the power. The Guidonian hand is still, irrespective of whether we think it's a concept that everyone carries around with them, their hand, as it were, assuming everyone has hands at the moment. But you have the hand, but the monks, the church, still holds the secret to how to unlock this bit, right? So power has kind of always been that kind of accompaniment for us. So one of the things that I was talking about earlier was if you go and have a look at Avenged Sevenfold, they're launching a new their digital kind of things today, and one of the things that they've been using is things called NFCs, which are near-field communication. They're basically a square chip. You put it into T-shirts, caps, various other things. You have an app, you activate it, and suddenly you know you as an artist or as a band or a record label know who the person is who's bought your music. And the reason why they're doing this is because Spotify, like last year, they got 14 million new listeners, but they don't know who those people are because those people are inside Spotify's mailing system, not in the Avenged Sevenfold's mailing system, and Spotify doesn't make them available to the artist. So essentially the artists have to wrest the power back and have to develop other types of kinds of products or ways of actually engaging with fandom. So the NFCs are a relatively kind of low-cost item that you can actually just sew into T-shirts if you're going on tours. You can track people. They have an app, which then means that when the users acquire kind of like a bit like air miles points, right? So they get discounts to go and do other things and engage with fandom on that level. So again, that's an idea of the power going back to the artist.
No,
Sorry, a bit longer.
No, thank you very much. It's great. And just as you talked about technology then, I had a flashback to using cassettes and having to get sellotape over the ends to record.
And how did you learn about that?
Probably a mate or something. I don't know. It's very underground.
Now it would be TikTok, right?
Oh, no, now it would be TikTok, yeah. Great. So next question. We've touched on AI a little bit. Obviously, it's a discussion about tech. Despite the centuries of tech that's come before, we're going to move on to AI, which is the big one at the minute, I guess you could say. So AI seems to be the big topic that everyone's talking about. How concerned are you about the impacts of AI on music? And are there any protections that are needed, or what are your thoughts generally on AI? Sarah, do you want to start?
I think it's interesting that you started that with concern, because that feels so negative. I think there's possibilities of negativities, but there's a possibility of a lot of positive kind of applications and innovations and opportunities for creativity. And I think it's important that we're open to both of those ideas rather than just feeling doom and gloom and not in control of it all. Some of the most interesting things that are kind of coming out of it, some of the really basic stuff, like how it's supporting kind of music recommendation and discovery for general consumers, and just helping us engage with new music and new musicians and people getting discovered kind of that way is a simple application. But I'm also interested in how it would support everybody taking that step into creativity and becoming musicians who maybe haven't done that previously, by starting with an AI tool and then moving forward perhaps into writing their own music. So yeah, kind of that accessibility element.
Yeah, great. No, absolutely. Interestingly, I had a follow-up question which was about the positivity. So, yeah, it wasn't completely weighted in the negative, but thank you very much. Okay, Miss, would you like to?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm in two minds with this. On the one hand, I do want to take this kind of full chaos approach and just have like no regulations and just to see what would happen, to see like where the technology would go and how people used it and so on. But of course, I also want artists to have their intellectual property protected. But I think without like huge changes in the industry, I worry about like who it would really be protecting. Because, you know, copyright's become such a big topic of debate when we talk about AI, how it might unfold, how it might shift to kind of, you know, maybe we have a licensing system that is in place to use music for a data set for, you know, generative purposes. But I kind of get worried with that because, you know, we've had those kind of big cases in the past few years, like the Marvin Gaye, Bruno Mars song, where it's essentially coming down on Bruno Mars for kind of being inspired by certain aesthetics and certain vibes. What's that? Oh, yeah, Robin Thicke, yeah, definitely. Sorry, I'm getting all my artists mixed up. But yeah, so essentially coming down on like creativity in the sense of people being inspired by genres, vibes, and aesthetics. And I kind of worry that if we have like really restrictive copyright restrictions on what can be used to generate with, you know, without some sort of IP kind of recognition involved, that might feed further into people who aren't using AI in their production that, you know, well, you know, this is all interpolations going to be restricted? Is all kind of composing in the style of? Because at the end of the day, yes, we are using other people's music to generate, but we're just making the process of what music composition is much more explicit, that we are inspired by others. We like try making covers and kind of building on them till we find our style. And will that end up being copyright protected as well? So I just worry where the kind of protections might lie, because especially in that law case, it wasn't Marvin Gaye who was kind of reaping the benefits of that. He's long dead. It's the people who own it, the people who own the rights, the companies. So I worry how people use this as a way to kind of wrap up in a capitalist system just to make money off things, as opposed to genuinely looking to protect artists' rights.
Thank you very much. Hussein, did you want to come in on this?
I'm trying to work out where I should come in at. I really want to tell you a story. When I was like 17, 18, I got to know a guy who ran a music shop local to where I lived. His name was Kiehl. If you ever watch Spinal Tap, the way that Nigel speaks, that's Kiehl. It's basically modeled on Kiehl. And Kiehl's neighbor, because Kiehl was really successful, so Kiehl's neighbor was Francis Rossi from Status Quo, guitarist, and he used to tell stories of Francis sort of like knocking on the door, oh, can I play you my new song? It's like, yeah. So one day, Francis plays him his new song, and Kiehl says, you know what, it sounds like the Beach Boys. And the thing is, Status Quo, how they used to write a lot of their tracks, at least that's the rumor.
The urban myth.
Because I'm not going to go any further than that. But the way they used to write was to take successful songs and then do them backwards, do them in reverse, right? And that's all that Francis had actually done, because it still sounded like the Beach Boys. Now, that goes back to the previous panel when they were talking about identity in terms of the music, that there are some things that will be identifiably you. Now, one of the things that is interesting about the idea of iterations and so on is that when you think of an artistic identity like, say, Björk, it's very difficult to find other types of iterations because she's always iterating, as it were, right? But then you might find within sort of more kind of generic kind of styles, and this isn't an insult, but like, say, with something like house music, it's meant to be sort of something that slots in with everything else and feels like it doesn't sort of stick out too far out, otherwise it'd be really difficult to blend it into a set. So what we see are lots of different types of iteration and kind of versions of kinds of things, really. And ultimately, that's what AI should ideally do, but unfortunately won't. And then that's the point when it will, again, more power in terms of reconfiguring the nature of kind of copyright. If you're interested in reading about it, there's a 2020, it's in the Library of Congress. It's online, you can just read it in terms of a variety of interviews with the World Trade Organization and the WIPO. And they talk about a variety of kind of Chinese cases and so on. So the Chinese view of kind of copyright and infringement produces a very different sort of set of evaluations from what is currently sort of in the West, and in terms of what's being proposed, say in the UK with their kind of AI Act. It's a very different one, but it's all about proximity of the human to the thing. So someone like David Cope, the American composer, when he created his own AI in the 80s called Emmy, David Cope is essentially as close to the AI as possible because he made it, he programmed it. But then you get this idea of this sort of distant set of relationships, from being really close to being proximal, just about there, to being quite sort of almost like non-performing other than pressing the button.
Great, thank you. I've got some questions individual, well, one each now, which we'll come to. But this is your 5-minute warning to start thinking about questions. So in about 5-10 minutes, I'm going to come to the audience. So looking forward to that. Sarah, can we start with you?
Sure.
Is the way people consume music changing, and how?
How? So we were talking backstage about this idea of not necessarily moving away, but it being a little bit of a switch with some consumers from consuming music as like a static medium and just listening to it through players like from Spotify, to being more dynamic and interacting with it and remixing it, how a lot of people engage on TikTok in particular and kind of remix on there. And there was a report from Mighty Research that we were discussing that was talking about how super fans of particular music artists are now spending slightly less time on streaming platforms and more time remixing, and we're seeing more and more of an increase with that. And I think this is really interesting, and perhaps the future of music consumption, and perhaps 10 years from now, this idea of just sitting with a basic media player will seem really outdated, because I'm thinking that we weren't interacting with it in kind of some particular way. And I think it'll be interesting to see how AI comes into this, and in particular, kind of what TikTok would be doing with that. Will there be a future where we can use kind of AI voice models of music artists and kind of remix that be legitimized as a way for audiences to respond and interact with the music, but the artist to still get some finances back from that kind of utilization? So, and I think this is really interesting insight as well, because I think it's something that is a takeaway that's actionable for a lot of people, because it's happening now. Just think about how can you get people to be engaging with your music dynamically, given this is what people want at the moment. And another point that I was kind of thinking about is the idea of the spaces of where people are consuming music, in particular virtual spaces. So now a lot of people are discovering and interacting with music in gaming spaces, whether that be in performances or radio stations in Roblox, or they're discovering music through kind of music games like Beat Saber and interacting in that particular kind of way, or they're preferring to learn about new music artists in kind of grassroots music spaces in the metaverse and kind of things like that. So this idea of how we consume music now is going to be very different to the future, and I think that's incredibly interesting as a whole area.
No, thanks. Yeah, and it is a really interesting video. So Medea, like 2024 predictions, you can look at it on YouTube. It's some fascinating stuff in there, so definitely recommend that. Melissa, we'll come to you next. You're doing research on perceptions of AI in music. So could you explain a bit more about this, please?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So finally, my research on music and tech and my music on social media has come together in a quite nice way. So I've been looking at kind of the perceptions of AI music, especially now, popular music to be clear, especially right now, because I think we're at this crucial tipping point where it'll become much more mainstream, much more kind of normalized in the way that we use it and how people talk about it. So, and I know that, from other studies and stuff I've looked at as well, journalists, mainstream media, they really look to social media to see what the public opinion is, to find those mainstream narratives, and then just kind of pass them off as their own or report on them and so on and so forth. So I've been looking across social media platforms to see what is the main kind of perceptions about AI, how are people talking about it, what are the common themes. And it's been interesting looking into it because, there's been other studies that have shown that of course, your perception of AI in creative spaces depends on both your knowledge of AI and also your kind of opinion on it in the first place. So it's hard to make these generalizations, but these big themes have come out in music of, on the one hand, people just saying, oh yeah, it's just another tool, and not being too concerned about it, just kind of excited for speeding up the process and in the way that they can incorporate it into their own creative practice. Other people talking, of course, about the copyright implications, which I think we've talked about a bit already. And then a huge kind of discussion around the idea of the soul of music and how AI could never replicate the soul, really kind of holding on to this idea of the human exceptionalism of creativity that, well, a computer can't replicate that and AI can't replicate that. And it's funny because I think it's the perception of the computational process that's really guiding those opinions, and people saying, well, I don't like that, it was made by AI. So I kind of wonder what would happen if they didn't know that and they listened to the music, if they still have that same approach. But it kind of goes further too, that we've got a lot of discussions around things like bias in AI. And for me, it's interesting to see how it unfolds here. Yeah, we could have another conversation about how bias ends up into the music. But for this kind of side of things, I'm seeing a lot of bias in the way that people talk about this music and the value judgments of certain types of music as well. So quite a lot of people saying, well, AI could never replicate Mozart or Beethoven, but they could do Britney Spears or trashy pop songs. And I feel like there's this gendered and historical hierarchies and biases being really perpetuated in the way that people talk about AI and soul and what has value and what doesn't have value in our society. So yeah, it's been interesting so far.
Oh, fantastic, thank you so much. Right, we've got one more question for Hussein and then we'll come into the audience. So please do be ready with questions. And actually it'd be great to hear from you about examples of how you utilize tech and AI and your experiences. Definitely not a one-way conversation this. So, Hussein, last question for you, directly. As a creator, to what extent does technological innovation enhance your work?
First of all, I just want to say, the idea of being in it right now is it's quite rare that you find yourself actually in the moment of a thing as it is unfolding. So it's really important to inform yourself and to actually get to know lots of other things. In the same way that for me, when I was at Goldsmiths, it was like, oh, TR 808, 909, 707, Fairlight, DX7. It's like they're all there, you know. RX5, RX7, people going, you know, Michael Jackson's Thriller, you know, stuff. It's like, it's there. At that moment, in those sort of 3 or 4 years, they were all there. So it's really worth kind of getting into the idea of doing it now, not waiting for it, just getting on with it now. We spoke about it earlier. I will use your line. But the problem about things like enhance is that it's a floating term. It's not really a measurable thing. What does it mean by enhance? And what we find in the general kind of level of discussion around technology in general, because, you know, like I love using Ableton, but guess what? It also says it will improve your workflow and do this and do that. And I'm like, well, I'm not so sure about that, you know. But it allows me to do scientific experiments, which is great, you know. But the thing is that this idea of, it's as if we're all starting from the same place. What will enhance mean? Potentially, I figure that it means that it will, for each user, depending on, irrespective of where you are, you will find some kind of value within it. And that's essentially what probably enhance is kind of a signifier for. But there's a researcher like Lucy Suchman, she says that the things about AI, and it's the same thing for technology as well, that it's a kind of a floating signifier. It means whatever it needs to mean to whoever it is that's currently thinking about it, or should I get this or should I do that, you know. And that, again, is its kind of problem, because it essentially, it sort of makes all of the boundaries that we have like really amorphous, not fluid. They become less well defined. And unless you actually do get involved, the technology will define what the boundaries are, just like they did with the gramophone.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Great. Well, so, and now it's the time to turn to the audience. So is the floating mic around, or the mic, roaming mic? Floating signifier, is that about? Excellent. We've got two on the go. Right, so just going to open up to questions and or comments and thoughts. So a question down here at the front row? And I'm slightly blinded, by the way, so do wave vigorously if I don't notice you.
Hi, thank you very much for the little bit that we just had. We came in late because we're in another session. The question I wanted to ask is, and it kind of follows on from what you were saying about Ableton. So I've been using Logic Pro to process Yoruba vocals on beds of sounds as part of my project that I was doing here. And one track I created one day sounded familiar, so I'd used one of the samples, you know, the loops. And when I discovered loops, I was like, oh, I'd have to put loops in. And it bugged me that I thought I'd heard it before. And so I slept on it and then, you know, woke up in a flash and I realized it was the song called Girlfriend by Christine and the Queens, that track. And I thought, oh my God, so now I'm going to be in trouble. So the question is, how do we, yeah, because, you know, when you create a track from a sample of Logic and then somebody else has used it and because it's an amazing sound. So I was like, yeah, this is great, Yoruba vocals. And it turned out that somebody's done the French equivalent. So what happens there in terms of copyright? Like,
it's the expression of the idea. It has nothing to do with the sound. So whatever your idea is, that's the thing that you're going to be doing. So one of the things, if you, on August the 30th, I remember because I had an article to submit the next day, August the 30th, 2023, Library of Congress, the US Copyright Office added a new part to that because of AI. And that's what's known as unclaimable material. Now, it hasn't been tested in terms of copyright for popular music productions or productions in general, but if you were using that sample from the loop library, that would be unclaimable material because it already has a pre-existing copyright. So if someone wanted to challenge it, they could challenge Christine and the Queens as well, because they're using, and the same with Rihanna and Jay-Z with Umbrella, because that also comes from the loop library as well, right? So these things are already copyrighted because they've already been fixed into a tangible form. the thing about the kind of the technological era that we kind of live in, as it were, and that's quite a long one and very soft, but quite a long period, is a movement towards assets. So I have a lot of sample libraries, and each one is an individual asset, and I can put all of these assets together to kind of create some might call it a collage, others might call it a bricolage, whatever it is, but I'll do something that actually combines them together that is a unique enough expression that it can be copyrighted. Okay. But I cannot claim that the loop that I took from the library is my own making. Okay. What I can claim is that all of the post-processing and editing and everything else that I've done is my own. And that's where you'll have the deviations. But this is the thing about, this thing goes back to AI, in that if AI is trained on pre-existing copyrighted material, then if we as humans are using it and we want to kind of copyright something that we've been using with AI, it may well then become a subject of a test of unclaimable material. How much of that material is actually just generated without the human, but also based on a pre-existing copyrights? So it's not been tested yet, but it's in there now.
All right, thank you.
Does that help? Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, it does help because, like, say it's not tested, but it's...
Could you use the mic, sorry, so people can hear it?
Yeah. I guess, will it be tested when someone sues you? But would you know the original loop? So is that something you have to declare, or
no?
What?
No, because in the terms and conditions it says it's royalty free. It's
royalty free. Okay, yeah. That's the word, royalty free. I was looking for the legal term, royalty free. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. There we go. Thanks. We had one down here, and then one up there. So one down, just down here, front row down here, maybe. Good question, by the way. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, thank you very much for talking. You don't necessarily have like a positive outlook about AI, but I definitely say this impression isn't negative. And I just, you know, for someone that is pretty, you know, feels a bit disheartened and doom and gloomy about it, my question is, how do you get in that frame of mind? Because as a creative, as someone part in the industry, I just want to know where this technology can benefit anyone other than tech barons and, you know, who actually own the platforms, who own the technology that we're, you know, meant to do something with. How can this be, you know, brought back to grassroots level?
There's one thing I'd like to kind of add to that. When I try and stop myself from being too doom and gloom about it all, I like to think about the parallels between what's going on now and what's happened in the past, and in particular, when the internet was first mass introduced and we started having computers in the home in the late 90s, early 2000s, people were just as scared and feeling of the unknown as we are now within this room, because we didn't get a sense of where it was going to move towards within the future. So if you think about that and how that moved forward to now, there are some big players, big organisations that have the bigger power kind of control, but there's still a lot of benefits to us, the general people, the grassroots, the creators, and there's ways that we're utilising this as a technology and technologies that have expanded past that are really positive for us and we use every single day and kind of comfortable with and enjoy. So I think there is a lot of unknowns, but think about where there's been unknowns in the past and what that meant for us, and I think that can give you some area of kind of hope in a way. And another consideration is what we've talked about, the fact that we're in the middle of this change now, and there is area for you having some control about how we move forward with this as a society and use that. So get active, experiment, use these things, talk about the way that you're using these tools, and that will shape the future for yourselves and everybody else. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add that, yeah, I agree with everything you said there. And I guess we've maybe focused on some of the negative aspects, but I'm actually really excited about the tech. But I take that kind of same doom and gloom approach to the kind of corporation side of things and how they might kind of lock down on creativity. But at the end of the day, I'm very excited about what's happening, the kind of platforms for kind of opening up music to people who may not have a music background but have like a good ear or just want to kind of experiment with the technology. So I think it'll shift, you know, the way that people produce, the types of things that are able to produce. I'm excited about the kind of hallucinations that might get kind of incorporated into generations, pushing our creativity in new directions, and I don't know, maybe opening up to new genres and so on. But yeah, it's more the kind of legal, logistical sides of me that I get kind of, maybe more cynical about.
Great, thanks. Did you? Yeah, go.
I'll try and keep it sort of...
We've only got 20 minutes. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Grimes says that the voice technologies treat it like a new microphone. You know? Treat it like a new microphone. The thing that Melissa has been saying, and also Sarah, is that, you know, when all those drum machines were around when I was kind of your age, guess what? That people were coming out against machines and saying it was going to ruin music and la la la. And if you spoke to, say, someone like the drummer Jeff Porcaro from Toto, he would say, I love the idea of having a suitcase full of drum sounds that I can just take into a studio and not have to set up a kit, right? And so the thing is that, but you would think that Jeff Porcaro would actually take the musicians' union line and go, no machines, we need to stop them. So we revisit these sorts of arguments all the time, and people sort of find their kind of place with it. One thing that I think is really important and is not necessarily present in the stuff that goes around kind of AI, in Peter Osborne's book in 2013 about postmodern art, he basically has a 6 schema. And one of the schema is the anti-aestheticist use of aesthetic materials as a necessary function of kind of creating artwork. In other words, when the Flying Lizards did Money, the cover Money in 1979, using kitchen kind of pots and pans, it was the anti-aesthetic of being in a band. When they got signed to Polydor, and the rumor goes like this, I shall not confirm or deny, they spent £80,000 trying to redo the demo in a proper SSL kind of London-based studio, and they decided that they couldn't recreate the sound of this anti-aesthetic recording approach. So they released the demo, which was done on a cassette, and that went top 5 in the UK charts, right? And the thing is that this anti-aesthetic idea it sort of goes hand in hand with the idea of technology providing you with that kind of high-tech, pristine, sumptuous 96K kind of listening perspective. You also have this really, what now is called lo-fi, but you have this other strand that's within there as well. So you could look for that, because that way of doing it places you in a very different creative space from someone who's just trying to just reiterate the same thing. It's a place to go to.
Cool, thank you very much. We had a question up there next. Great, just there we go.
Hi there. This is something from my head, so I'm going to try and make it coherent into an actual question, if that makes sense. But I was at Festival Congress last month, and there was a panel with PRS Music, and they were talking about how they put in some sort of AI system into decks and into onto the stage at festivals to be able to recognise music, to be able to give royalties back to the artists. And they were talking very positively about it, no negatives, no nothing. But one thing that came into my head, especially when it comes to stuff like dance music, with like remixes and with mixing of different types of music, what are possibly the pros and cons of that? As obviously I'd only sort of heard the one side of it. And do any of you have any sort of thoughts on that?
Well, I'm guessing I think I've heard of that as well. It's to identify release music. So
the release music. But if you're mixing, say, a little bit of one song with your music, or so, how that might work as a positive or as a negative?
I guess that anything used would be picked up. You'd hope, wouldn't you? And everyone would get some payment from that, I guess.
I would assume so. Yeah. But you know, the beautiful thing that this kind of reveals is the dual argument. On the one hand, you have organizations and major record labels saying you must not model commercial contracted artists, and yet you'll use an AI technology, and the only way it can do the digital fingerprint is, guess what? Modeling the artist and sampling the whole of the track. That's the only way that it can do it. So you're looking at essentially the same database being used for slightly different means. One, to essentially police, the other one to essentially kind of collect as much money as possible. You can't have both worlds. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Say it's one thing that just didn't come out, because when it's the company that themselves they're trying to promote it, a lot of the time you'll only hear the good things and not the bad things. It's not that it's necessarily not something that's going to work, but how might it work? Well, not work, basically.
Well, the thing is that it's the thing that Melissa said about Langdon Winner, like unintended consequences, right? This is an unintended consequence. It's an unintended consequence of labels uploading music to Spotify, that Spotify in turn will develop its own AI songwriting plagiarism tool, right? Which then will be monetized on the way up. Likewise, they also have an AI that essentially, if you want to change a track that is currently swung and you want to have it straight, it will do so. It hasn't been released to the public yet. The AI DJ is merely just the tip of a very large iceberg, you know. But the thing is, all of this is coming from the moment the digital materials were handed over, it was gone by that point. And that's not to be doomer, it's just the nature of the beast, right? You then have to go to the next level. So this is that next level whereby AI becomes a good form of AI rather than the bad type of AI. But they're both referencing the same database.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Great question.
I've got one final
Oh,
thought
yeah,
on
go on.
that. Yeah. Bad things. And I think the bad thing isn't necessarily about what might the AI do that's bad, but it's more the humans who created the tool in the first place and the parameters and limitations that they gave it. So if it couldn't recognize a piece of music, if they said that it should guess, or if they said that it should just kind of identify that it's unrecognized, and then maybe a human picks up on that at a later date, or it's just set aside. So I think sometimes when people think about AI, they think about this kind of intelligence that's going to run rampant, and that's the problem. The problem isn't that, it's the humans that are programming these things in the first place and how they're doing that. So yeah, people is the issue.
Great, thank you. On that note as well.
Always bring it back to the human.
Well, human error.
Yeah.
On that note as well, I guess there's a lot of work around trying to, around metadata. There's a lot of discussions around metadata and classification or attribution of creative work. So bear that in mind as well. There's a lot of human error in that area too. Yes. So the industry's working hard to try and combat that. Great, fantastic question. Fantastic question. We had a couple of hands. Oh, three. My God, there's a whole row.
I mean, it's like
wow, look at that.
Like the one on Bandit.
Yeah.
Hiya.
Hiya.
So, my name's Julian. I'm a photographer and I'm also a musician. I have been involved with different AIs. Like I've used Midjourney, I've used Shutterstock AI for a variety of things. And the main thing that I obviously find is every day, the more and more that I keep using it and the more and more that other people keep using it, the AI just gets smarter and smarter. And I guess my question is with especially the development of Sora by OpenAI and video and the effects of that, do you think that there will be, do you think that governments and people that have positions of high power will begin to start regulating these types of technologies, and whether that might affect the music landscape as a whole?
It's me. So I can put my cynical hat on again and be like, yeah, I think there will be push from, once again, like the corporations, the record labels, the kind of people who own the content that's being used to generate these things. I think they will probably lobby and push to have regulations. But there's also a lot of push from, artists as well to say, I don't want you using my work. I don't want my work to be used as the basis for generation, which is completely fair. But it's interesting to see like some of the court cases that have come to the U.S. so far. I can use that example, which like the kind of sampling thing, they set precedents every time something goes into a lawsuit of some sort, and the lawsuit itself showed so much misinformation about what is and is not kind of generative creativity and generative art that it already sets like quite a problematic precedent for how things are going to be regulated and just the knowledge about it. So this isn't really answering your question. Maybe someone else could answer it more specifically, but it just reminds me that I think we just generally need more knowledge about AI and generative creativity so that people can make not only informed choices about how they're, where they're putting their money and how they're engaging with things, but also, I don't know if it was mentioned here or the panel before, but who you vote for. Who are you going to elect that will align with your perspective around generative AI and how it should and should not be used? So I'll end there. Maybe I've already lost track of the question, so.
Can I just ask, what is it that you're worried about? Why do you want regulation? Are you kind of saying,
it's
are you,
not that-
are you hoping that there won't be?
It's not that I want regulation.
Oh,
It's
okay.
more so that I think, especially with ChatGPT and like anyone has the ability to create anything. Well, anyone technically has the ability to create anything out of whatever they think of in their mind. And the way that OpenAI has tried to combat this is obviously put things that you can't ask. You can't ask ChatGPT certain questions. You can't ask it to do certain things. But what I meant was, so in the event that we perhaps get to a point where we've developed AI that we can ask it to do these like controversial things, like, do you think regulation will step in at that point?
I think there will be regulation for kind of the more common tools that we'll use, definitely. But there'll always be people who use their own pirated tools to push against that, the way that we have with other things that are regulated now. But I think a big part of this isn't just about regulation, but about what becomes socially acceptable. And so I think that's really interesting when we think about the work that you're doing, in particular in the conversations kind of around that. So I think we need to start talking with everybody now about what it should be socially acceptable and should not, in order to there to be a consensus that protects us as creatives and artists and as people with these tools and things.
Then do you think we as artists have slightly a responsibility to like share that with other people, or do you think that's not concerned with us at all? Like that we should leave it to the people that are.
If you leave it to the people, then it'll be their voices. If you want to be a part of how things shape, then start talking about it now. But it's not your responsibility, but if you want to be a part of it, you have to put your foot in, basically.
If you're really interested, I mean, you can go and join an organization called DAIR, D-A-I-R, which are in the States. You can also join the Algorithmic Justice League. That'll be a good one. You can kind of go and do those things. You can join into it sort of right now. I mean, the thing about the kind of the visual generators and everything else, you know, there's the German sociologist Niklas Luhmann. He would say that this is a kind of what AI is doing is essentially replacing, say, where people say it's going to destroy Hollywood. What it's really going to do is just it's going to swap one sort of familiar mechanism with another. Instead of it being Hollywood, it's going to be this. Likewise with images and so on and so forth. The thing is that people have always had the power to kind of create something. Whether they've felt that it meets whatever their levels are that they actually want it to be. Just like in the previous panel where they talked about, oh, you know, maybe it's half a song, maybe it's this, maybe it didn't quite go right. That's normal, right? That's normal kind of human behavior. It's not meant to be it's not meant to be perfect every time. And the trouble with AI is it's not perfect every time either, which might make it more human. Right, leave that there.
Thank you. Great. So pass along the road. There we go.
Hey, I hope you guys are really well. My name is Roger. I'm an artist and a music producer, and I wanted to ask your opinion on if short-form, sound-biteable music that's used on TikTok, is that oversaturating the larger industry as a whole? Will people just want to hear 15 seconds of a cool song and switch, rather than listen to an amazing album someone's invested hours into?
I think you'll have a split, like we have a split of how people like to consume music now. But I think it will kind of, as more people start engaging with TikTok as a platform, and even if you think about short form clips of music on other social platforms like Instagram and how that's used, then more people will become familiar with that. But I think it's not all completely negative, because they're not necessarily just listening to that short clip and leaving it that. This is a way that a lot of people are discovering new artists and then listening to the long form piece. So there's pros and cons, but I think it will increase as a way of consumption as well.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. Yes, same with everything Sarah says here, that I don't think it has to be an either or. I think there's space for both of those things to exist. And TikTok's such an interesting one for, on the one hand, yeah, the songs that trend on TikTok tend to trend on other streaming services as well, partially because people are interested, also partially because people listen to them over and over and over again so that they can create their own TikToks and get familiar with it. But yeah, I would say that in some ways it has shifted the types of music people create, especially in that space, because TikTok, it's almost, especially if it's like music's tied to like a challenge or like a meme of some sort, it's almost less about the artist. It's funny to see those videos where they're like, hey guys, I found the original artist, like here they are. It's more about like the usability of music and how it becomes like decontextualized from the artist, but then recontextualized through how people make new meanings with it and reinterpret it. It gets like filtered into different communities. So I think it's just a different listening and engagement styles. And I don't think that means people aren't going to listen to albums necessarily. It's just, I think there's space for both.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one thing that I don't like about it though is that a lot of artists are feeling pressured to think about, well, which part of my song can I use as a sound? Do I need to write a piece of music that has that element into it? And there'll be an AI for that. Yeah.
I think
Take out the 5-minute build-up.
I would probably say 3 things. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. How many albums per year? It's like way too many, and yet no one is like, oh, this is too much, man. They're really into it. Do that. Second one is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Right, there you go. Attach it to a stand, do all sorts of things. I mean, you know, my kid, I'm an old dad, so my kids are young enough that they have JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You know, my 9-year-old comes up to me and says, hey, Dad, do you want to see my play? Do you want to look at my playlist? I'm like, where do you get all these albums from? It's like, JoJo's, right? Yeah. And so that also shows that there are other ways of curating listening taste. And then finally, we live in times of overproduction. The AI company, Muber, has passed 100 million tracks, and no one blinked, right? There are 100 million tracks in circulation from them, and yet before that, you had basically claims of oversaturation. I say, doesn't matter. Actually, there is a fourth thing. Fourth thing is the TikTok Spotify artist pipeline, which is an article on the pudding, and also a video with Vox that then does Jake's Golden Hour. And just the way that there is a fantastic link between TikTok and Spotify, and the way that that then actually increases an artist's economic power.
Yo, thank you. I feel like it's a good balance you guys have given me. I'm more concerned about I don't want to make like a song with this 15-minute clip that people will listen to this or they won't if I don't do that.
Doesn't matter. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Just do what you want to do.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, and last one on that row. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, cheers. I'm Augustine. I'm a music producer in Leeds, Beckett. And been getting from the discussion like the possibility of taking part of how tech is shaping music landscape, but trying to compete with like major labels and platforms such as Spotify with entire departments of professionals developing AIs. So how do you think could be the role of the producer nowadays, making this accessible to be able to compete and not go back like 30 years in the music industry where we don't have like the power to control our own creativity, maybe like being very ruled because these people with power and well the economical sorry, yeah, the power.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
when you
please.
say producer, are you talking, and you say 30 years ago, are you talking about producers in the sense of a producer like Spike or someone like that? Are you talking about a producer who is like George Martin, like producers back in the day? Are you talking about that sort of producer? Or are you talking about a producer artist or artist producer who self-produces?
Yeah, I'm more talking about like artists 30 years ago where they don't have like full control of their contracts or like,
But people don't have full control of their contracts now either.
But
You have a choice in everything. You can choose to sign or not to sign.
Yeah, but well, my question was more focused on how can we do this more accessible to actually like compete with like major labels and Spotify, like don't making the information accessible for everyone.
Well, I got to tell you, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard and the TikTok Spotify artist pipeline. I mean, the thing is that they're two completely different roadmaps that are both proven to be successful. They're not successful for everyone. If you read Michael Jones's book from 2012, which is From Conception to Consumption, you can tell I do this for a living, but anyway, Conception to Consumption. If you read that, there's a section in there where basically record labels do not know what works, but when it works, they will tell you that it worked because of their methods. But the reality is they cannot repeat it because they have lots of failure, which means that the methods are actually flawed, but their self-narrative is essentially that it works because they've got a success. That's the purpose of things like the Grammys and everything else, right? So the thing is that why do you want to take a leaf out of their playbook? Why do you want to do your own? Grimes has never had a top 10 single anywhere, and yet she's got committed fandom the world over. I mean, when she did her NFT things, you know, in 18 hours, she sold $5.4 million. I mean, who needs a record label? When she was signed to 4AD, it was one of the worst deals that she'd ever done. She couldn't wait to get out of it. Why would you work with their playbook?
Thank you.
Welcome. There we go. Okay, so it's a bit of a clap there. Go on,
I know.
That's good, isn't it?
Read Michael Jones.
We've got literally about 30 seconds, so if there's a really pressing, really quick question someone's been dying to ask, we've got one there. One more question, then we'll wrap up.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to hope to end this on a bit of a lighter tone.
Thanks.
But I might really, really fail. But I guess, first of all, thanks for all of your input. But so how can I resist the constraints that are kind of put there for me in terms of AI? And I guess this is kind of touches upon what Sarah and Dr. Abdiv said. But as a 20-something-year-old person, I'm very much fueled by paranoia, and I think a lot of people are, especially about the creation of knowledge and the recreation of knowledge. So I guess how can I use AI? And I'm kind of hinting on like The Algorithms of Oppression by Sumaya Amajanoble. And so like how can I use AI, for example, to help me understand, I don't know, like John Coltrane's like Circle of Fifths, when the AI machine itself has been fed information by, I don't know, a fascist like Adorno or something like that, who thinks loads of stuff about jazz. So I suppose it's like trying to navigate that into making sure that the knowledge that I'm receiving kind of reflects my beliefs as well when I don't trust it, you know? So it's kind of, yeah, I suppose it's just trying to fight it.
How dark was our panel talk, if that's a lighter note?
I was just saying, that was
Wow.
I think it's like power to the people and trying to take it back. But when the rules are so tight, the rules itself already navigate how you're meant to resist it. So it's just a bit of like, how can you find solace in that?
No, thank you, Sarah.
I think there's something interesting there about like how can I trust what these AI tools are kind of doing and telling me. And I'd say don't completely trust them. A lot of people think, oh, it's AI, it's wonderful. What it's going to output is going to be perfect and the best of what everything could be. No, these things, have, as you said, have been created by humans with their own particular perspectives and biases. So I think transparency and your own due diligence at looking at who made these tools and what went into them is important. And I think any kind of regulation that's put forward that forces transparency as well will become really important to kind of this whole idea.
Also, don't use one source.
Yes.
The AI is only one source amongst a whole range of sources.
Fantastic.
Oh, I was just going to reiterate that I think, you know, the more knowledge you can gain on the subject, the better. And yeah, just kind of arming yourself with that knowledge of, well, how are these working? How can I, you know, resist where I can? And if we haven't even touched on the kind of issues of, yeah, like generating like music from identities not of your own and the kind of digital blackface that's happening with deep fakes and so on and so forth, which I think your question kind of alludes to. But yeah, I guess knowledge is power. I don't know. That's not a good way to end, but yeah.
Well, it's relatively positive, so I think that's a pretty good one. Yeah, I just want to thank you for some absolutely fantastic questions. Really, really good. Really helped the conversation flow. Thanks so much. I'm sure panelists will be hanging around so we can pick this up afterwards. And I'd like us all to thank the panelists, so thank you so much. Right, enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, a big thank you to our panel there, and thank you for those wonderful questions, really, really good. We're going to take about a 25-30-minute break, and then we're going to be back around past with the TikTok workshop. So get some fresh air, get some sunlight, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes. Thank you.